Zachary Carter, Joshua Don, R.J. Gittins, Raphael Lovell, Micah Greenwich. Actually, Gittins and Griffith, they're out. Kivion Newton, Jakeem Pollard, and Namani Roach.
Barbados, of course, coming into this match, as the left arm starts from the far end. Oh, this one is wide, so Leeward's off the mark immediately. Wide going down the onside. And starting the bowling there for Barbados is Jakeem Pollard. Left arm coming over the wicket. Very tall lad. And he's using 2 slips, a third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, wideish mid-on short, backward square, long leg. First runs into the onside, played nicely. It's going up towards the boundary, gets across the boundary line, and that's a well-timed shot there. And running away for 4. So Leeward's off the mark with, the Leeward's moves on to 5 with that shot. And a well-played shot too. So the batsman there getting off the mark, it's Tilokani, Kunal Tilokani. Gets a short lifting delivery, goes by outside the off stump. And he must have smelt the ladder that time.
Very nice lifting one. One above shoulder, signaled by the umpire.
4. So a bit of aggression there from the Barbados opening bowler Pollard. This time it's asking the batsman to play, and it goes into the offside. A bit more cloud out to the Troy as compared to the other days.
Yes, and we are starting very cool as well. The temperature might pick up a bit later rather. It's early days yet. There's a slight breeze. Lovely sunshine.
Pollard, of course, we have a bit windy out there. One player losing his hat and has to chase after it. But the breeze certainly has picked up a bit. Of course, we are very much into the hurricane season here in the Caribbean. Not just the Caribbean, of course, North America. But it's Pollard. This one is steered down to just to the left of backward point. And the fielder is moving across to his left. That's Baptiste. And it eludes him and goes down to short third man for a single. So Tilokani has gone on to 5. 6 the score, 1 extra, wide. Brings Devanand Singh into strike to get his first delivery. Gets a good one, lifting, but he plays it well. Just sways out of the way and allows it through. Barbados, Troy, a team high on confidence. They would have won both of their games so far. Leeward Islands winning 1 and losing 1. And so far, though, the Leeward Islands, they would have had some low-scoring games. And perhaps Barbados thinking that the Leeward Islands hasn't. Oh, that's a good one. Beats him outside the off stump. Some lateral movement there, some slight movement away from the right-hander Singh and to the keeper. So perhaps Barbados thinking too that the Leeward Islands, they have not batted well in the tournament so far. Perhaps thinking, well, win the toss, insert them and try to get them out for a low score. And of course, Leeward Islands try. I'm certain would be hoping to do much better with the bat in this inning so far. But Barbados, of course, sensing that there's an opportunity.
Definitely, Smitten. The politics of decision making here with the toss, it's very interesting. You're correct, Leewards, they have not been making too many runs. They've won one, lost two. Barbados, on the other hand, they've won both matches and they've been scoring pretty high. So persons may have thought, winning the toss, you're making a lot of runs, so bat first.
Yes, but the main objective, of course, for the Barbados team is to win the game. And if they could win it as quickly as possible and with a bit of rain about, and no doubt they'll be thinking that if they could make early inroads into the Leeward Islands batting and get them out for a low score, it would increase their chances. But we're into over number 2, defended. And it goes back up the track. Newton is the bowler from the pavilion end. As we look out to our right, we can see some cloud gathering. They're not dark as yet, not threatening as yet, but it's one of those days. Sun is out in all its glory. We are hoping that it stays that way throughout. Nice drive going down towards Whitey's third man. Bowler, in fact, is Shaquan Bell. And he's bowling right arm over. Barbados lads are very tall. Lads, the opening bowlers. In fact, most of the Barbadian fielders, they're very tall. And if you compare them to the USA team, for example, Troy.
Exactly. The smallest one on the field is the wicket keeper.
As is per normal. Down the onside and the white signal. And of course, you know, if you pit the Barbados team against the USA team, any one of the USA team, it would be the long and short of it.
You're punning this with the long and short. But I like that.
It's Bell though. This one, an appeal, brushing the pads perhaps. We'll get a signal in a while. The umpire, I think that's umpire Brian, who goes up on one leg. He really lifted that left leg rather high and almost overbalanced.
Over the years, one of the things about umpiring seemed to have been the signaling. Signaling 4 or 6 or different types of ways and means.
Runs here, going down towards long leg. They're back for the second run. And Tilokani picks up 2 more. That will take his score to 8. Singh is yet to get off the mark. 11 for no loss.
And Tilokani seemingly wanting to be most productive in his running.
Badly line delivery, wide signal down the onside.
I always believe in running the first one hard, Smitten, even though you may only get 1.
Well, I mean, it's only a good, sensible cricket taking the first one quickly. Fended there by Tilokani. The Leeward Islands opening batsmen, they're looking fairly solid at the moment though. And they look rather purposeful. And so far they have notched up 12 runs on the board. Singh is yet to get off the mark though. He has just received some 3 deliveries. On the other hand, Tilokani has faced some 9 deliveries. So 5 runs coming from that last over. Pollard defended. Two Leeward Island openers, though, they are fairly diminutive, though, Troy. They're not, in comparison to the Barbadian players out there, fairly diminutive.
Very much so. Both in height and body.
Of course, Pollard, the bowler, really towering over the two opening batsmen. Tall, left arm on the onside. In fact, outside the leg stump, and attempted flick by Singh missed completely, and through it went to the keeper for the Barbados team. And of course, and another run to the Leeward Island score. Short lifting. Well, not surprisingly called a bouncer. I was waiting for the signal from the umpire. And through it went to the keeper for Barbados. Keeper, of course, Gadsden Bowens. And like Troy said earlier on, by far the shortest, not just shortest, but smallest member of the team out there. Zachary Carter, he is at, he plays it and misses outside the off stump. And that name sounds familiar. I think Zachary Carter actually played in the Cool and Smooth here in St. Kitts, held earlier this year, held at Warner Park. And but he's a big, burly lad.
A very good thing to expose players with these other tournaments, especially the youth.
Wide again, badly lined on, just outside the leg stump. It moved in slightly, but still wide signal, still wide. And take mine by the keeper. You were saying, Troy?
It's always a good thing to have cricketers from various islands playing in these competitions, the Cool and Smooth especially, and the younger ones, the under-19s as the case. Miller from the Leewards, he played, that's another example.
Played back to the bowler, feels to his own bowling. Singh, not yet off the mark, still looking to get his first run.
It's early days yet, but the Leewards are scoring at 6 runs and over with a projected score of 300 runs and over. Very early days yet, we're just into the third over.
Very much skewed at the moment. Of course, you could be going at a rate of 10 runs off one ball. It's flashing at a short lifting one, and it goes through to the keeper.
I'm looking at the keeper, Smitten. He seems quite efficient, very composed, very comfortable, very cool. He made a good stop at the wide, which was a few yards outside, coming to him, the leg stump, and he moved around quite smoothly.
This one goes through outside the off stump. Of course, from St. Kitts, of course, you have a couple of players from St. Paul's who are in this game. They would know the conditions here quite well. They would have played a lot of cricket here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. LaShawn Borgan. And I think Ewart Richards is also from St. Paul's. Short lifting. And he kept it away from any fielder. He got it down into the gully region. And the end of a good over there by Jakeem Pollard.
Tall lad, as you mentioned, a little body, and that short one, he's basically being used in it, perhaps to intimidate the much smaller openers, and testing them to see their quality. That one was well fended off by Singh. Perhaps taking him on the glove. I see him shaking at the end. But no harm done, and it's Tilokani to face.
Edges, and goes down to first slip where it's knocked down there by Zachary Carter. Outside the off stump and a wide signal. Starting wide and going even further wide. And one more to the score.
Encouragement coming from the Barbados team. Trying to spur on the bowlers. Looking for that initial breakthrough.
Quick single. And one more Tilakana. He moves to 9. And the Singh still struggling to get off the mark.
Tilakani looks a little aggressive when it comes to the running. You get the impression he's trying to take one from every ball. He's composing himself as to do that, even though the single may not come.
On the pads, he's looking to flick. It could have brushed the pad on its way down towards the fine leg boundary. The signal comes now for leg byes, 4 leg byes to the Leeward Islands. And this will take the score on to 17.
And Singh yet to get his first run. But any batter on 0 will want to get off the mark to ease the butterflies. But he's not showing we're not seeing any signs of him being impatient. Singh.
And this one is played to point. And he still can't score.
He knows once he's there, he's going to get off the mark, Singh.
Well, he has to be there, of course. And he would not like to have the economy of scoring a long duck. Takes him on the pad.
The US #1 team find themselves 3rd in the table, Smitten. Maybe perhaps to the surprise of some of the teams.
Well, we've only had 2 rounds so far. Quick single. Singh is off the mark.
And he can now start breathing a little easier. 3 teams having won 2 matches so far. Windward Islands, Barbados, United States of America team #1. With the Windward Islands in position #1. Where the greatest number of bonus points, 3.2. They have a total of 11.2 points. Barbados 10.4. USA 10.2, and the Leeward Islands down at 6.4 points.
Yes, very, very interesting indeed, but still a long way to go in this tournament. Outside the off stump from Pollard, and taken behind by the keeper, Bowens.
And
over in Nevis, of course, the match has not started there as yet. There was a wet run-up. There's a delayed start. Inspection is at 10:30. So that game affected by rain. Driven, Singh. So last deliveries bringing runs. So he's 2 from 2, so the last 2 deliveries, his strike rate has been 100, but it took some time. 13 deliveries, he was to get off the mark into the offside. Clouds are gathering, Troy.
Yeah, definitely.
The breeze is dying a bit. Still some breeze around. And we're hoping that the clouds blow away. Cannot see Sabre in the distance. It's a bit hazy in that direction as we look out towards the Caribbean Sea. Short lifting outside the off stump. And Tilokani is just allowing it to the keeper. So some rain about. Of course, we are well into July. Oh, he does not deliver. He just pulled out of that one, Pollard.
The umpires confirming 2 balls left in the over.
Short lifting again, rather innocuously. And the batsman, Tilokani, just sways away towards leg and allows it through.
Not being pulled into any discretion. Ball too close for him to attempt any real meaningful shot.
This time he's getting bat to ball. He's playing up to straightish mid-off. Mid-off had to move a bit to his right, and the single easily taken. So 1 more to the score.
Five overs so far. A run rate of 4.80. The Leewards in their first match, chasing 124, they only got to 119. And in their second match,
so Tilokani has moved on to 10. Bell is continuing, Shaquan Bell. He's in his 3rd over.
in the second match, United States of America too.
Here's a drive by Tilokani, not timing it well, and they're picking up 2 runs. The ball probably coming from the bottom part of the bat, but not well timed, but nevertheless getting it past mid-off and picking up 2 runs.
Elegant shot indeed. Not properly timed. It would have been 4 had he timed it better, running close to the boundary.
Bell, short, and Tilokani is getting in behind it and defends. Similar feel for Bell to that of Pollard's, 2 slips in place. There's a point, more or less a backward point cover. There's a 3rd man back on the boundary also on the mid-off, inside the circle, mid-on. And short and pulled in the air, not well timed but safe, and just a single to Tilokani, so takes him to 13. Tempted pull shot there, but not in full control. Ball going in the air, but any of those fieldsmen, there's a square leg. And the mid-on, there's a fine leg back on the boundary. So one takes him on the pad, single.
Good one and good call by Singh. Tilakani tickling it around the corner, looking at the ball where it's going. Then he looked up at Singh for the call, single, no single. And saw Singh coming, so he obliged him.
Bell defended, scored 28 for no loss, and just 15 runs going to batsmen, some 13 runs being extra so far. And this is one of the things coming out of this year's tournament so far. We have seen a number of extras, particularly wides, in some of the matches. In fact, the Leeward Islands, they bowled out the Windies for 124 and they conceded some 25 extras. So extras, they have been excessive in this tournament so far. This is an area in which the coaches would have to work on. And this goes for all teams in the tournament. Of course, they are under 19 players and they would gain better control the more often they play. A good one. And Pollard switching to around the wicket and he just angled one back into Singh, the left-handed Singh. It was a Yorker link, a good delivery too.
Thinking about it, changing sides, giving the batsman a little something different to look at.
Ooh, short lift in, close to the batsman. He definitely played at that one. Went past the outside edge and through to the keeper. So he has been able to get some bounce from this end. He's a tall lad. And working up some steam also. Clouds thickening.
As one cricketer would have said, good ball, better bat.
Oh, he's playing at missing. Well, I'm not too sure about the better bat there because he certainly was beaten and he did not get back onto it.
Which is why he's better batsman.
And maybe he's not a better bat. Maybe he's not good enough to get a edge onto it. I mean, he sometimes players get out, cricketers get out because they were that good a batsman. Whereas if you're not such a good batsman, you might easily miss something that a better batsman would have gotten an edge onto. He's driving, he goes up to extra cover, which fielded and there's no run. Greenwich, Micah Greenwich, the fielder that time, and no run.
Once the harm is done, some may consider the bat. There are times, too many times we've seen the ball playing the bat as opposed to the batter playing the ball.
That is true. But of course, you know, once the bowler is convinced that he's beaten the bat, is a moral advantage played to point and no run. So Singh really struggling. 2 runs from some 21 deliveries. Tilokani 13 runs from some 20 deliveries. Finding it very difficult to score these two. But they're out there, they're still there. They have not given any chances yet. Oh, short lifting. He has to go down on this one. The umpire signal wide. Might be a bit harsh.
I am thinking so, Smith. I'm thinking it was a little harsh, really. Yes, the batter, he ducked as it were, kneeling and...
He ducked, he went a long way down. He went down on his knees and...
Basically genuflecting. And that would have made it even more challenging to judge, but...
Yeah, I thought it was a bit harsh though, but...
Being a short batsman...
He's driving in the air, one bounce out to extra cover, they're taking the run and through for it. So it's all happening out there. But at the end of the day, it's all the action for just one paltry run.
Very good running nonetheless. The ball was in the air going to the field and they were taking off for the single. Some batters may decide to wait and see what happens. We're on at the end of the power play. 30 runs. Barbados being able to contain the Leeward Islands. Very good score at this point within the power play. And on the other hand, the Leeward Islands, all 10 wickets intact. So at this point, we could basically say we are seeing victories for both teams in the power placement.
Yes, certainly played into the offside to point. Bit of fumbling, but no chance of run. Umpires in this match, of course, Owen Ebanks. I think he's from Jamaica. And Colin Bryan, is he from Jamaica also?
Yes, he is. And we've had Foster from Jamaica.
Posada, of course, the third umpire flashed down towards our backward point. That's a good shot. 4 runs.
Full toss deserved the treatment, much to the delight of the Leeward Islands camp. Perhaps consideration for no ballsman.
Perhaps
not
that high. 34 for no loss. Very good start here by these two. I sense, though, there's some purposefulness about the batting of these two, or taking on the thigh pad. In fact, the two batsmen at the start, they were out in the middle long before the Barbados team had gone out, which psychologically was perhaps sending a message to the Barbados team telling them that we are ready for you.
Very powerful message indeed. We are mentally and physically prepared. We are here. Where are you? Are you afraid to come?
So they have given their team a good start. We are in over number 8. It's a 50 over affair, of course. And you'll be happy to know, Troy, that the projected score has gone down from 300 to 222. But I'm getting a bit concerned, though. There's quite a bit of cloud cover now. Flicked off the pads, but up to wideish mid on no run. And, well, we cannot see the rain area from our location. It's, it's a bit straighter west, We're looking out at the southern section of the field, but the clouds certainly gathering. Fended, goes up to mid-on, end of the over, and end of that over try, and no doubt the Leewards would realize that they need to get a very good score here. Barbados has been getting some good runs. Last game they scored 286. So
Barbados, their confidence should be riding high from a batting point of view. They've batted first on the 2 occasions. They're fielding first on this occasion. Nice drive through the covers. They'll have to hurry. The ball sent to the keeper's end, but the batters are home safely. And one feature of this opening pair is the tendency for them to always be looking for a run, Smitten.
Yes, like I said, somehow I sense, these two batsmen going out there looking to be positive. The body language has been good so far from these two.
And it's Pollard going through. Tall lad is Pollard. Tall naturally. And when you match him up against any of these openers, he appears to be a David and Goliath. As you mentioned earlier, Smitten, we cannot see the sky now, covered with clouds, dark clouds, not as dark as they could be. Fending that one off was Singh. Short wicket runs in and does the fielding.
Just a look at the other games. Jamaica playing against Guyana. And Guyana, they're batting. They're 36 for no loss. And they're in over number 8.
Slashing outside, backward point. Moving smartly to his right, very low. Preventing what could have been 2 runs were that to have beaten him. But no harm done. Still 35 without loss.
Trinidad and Tobago, of course, taking on the USA. Let me confirm which team that is.
Guiding this one to a backward point position. Not able to pick up anyone.
Yeah, so Trinidad and Tobago taking on the USA 1. That match is in Keon, and the USA 1 is batting there 34 for no loss, which means that the USA 2 would be taking on the Windwards in Nevis. I'll get back to that in a while. Of course, as mentioned earlier on, that match was being delayed due to a wet run-up. They would have had some rain in Nevis, and the inspection was due at 10:30, so they would have had a further inspection at 10:30, barring further rain there in Nevis. So that match has not started as yet.
And like you mentioned earlier, Smitten, perhaps one of the decisions that may have caused the Barbados team to decide to bowl first without thinking they could skittle out the Leewards, who have been having a good time with the bat, and then chase down the score within short order, not just to accumulate bonus points, but to try and get a victory within short time. It's a change of bowling. Which he's into Tilakani, who goes uppishly. They get one, and there's Tilakani turning around, trying to get a single, but Singh not interested. Right arm over his roach. Driving, Singh getting a hand to that dead roach. The power of the shot, even if Roach were to get a hand to it as it appeared to be. No, he didn't. But the one raced past him into the boundary for 4.
Yes, that was more shoulder than timing. I don't think he timed it as well as he would have liked, but it was so powerfully struck that the ball raced away down to the long on boundary, rather straight, and for 4, bowler unable to get across and stop.
Singh advances to 11. Oh, getting up on his toes and guiding that one backward of point. I feel that the third man runs to his right. Feel that limiting the batters. Singh was yet to get off the mark, Smitten. Tilakani is on 15 and Singh is on 12.
Yes, Singh certainly really stepping it up a bit now.
Slow one, a little wide of the batsman. Umpire Brian thinking about the wide, but it was well within the demarcation area. Into the final over, 2 balls left for power play 1. Again, a little wide of the batter. Barbados, 1 ball left in the power play. Perhaps not the happiest. They may have expected to get 1, 2, maybe even 3 wickets in the power play. However, with 1 ball to go, they haven't touched the pad as yet, as it is said. And that one was wide down the leg side, and helping it around was Tilokani, going into the boundary 4 runs, much to the delight of his team.
Yes, badly line delivery on the pads and just tickled around the corner. Easy pickings there for Tilokani, but this has been a very good power play for the Leeward Islands. They are 45 for no loss, 10 overs gone. They are going at 4.5 runs per over. They have not lost a wicket, and this you could easily say has been the Leeward Islands power play. Of course, they would have lost the toss and they were inserted. And as we speak to you, the physio is going out. Seems as though Tilokani needs some attention. But looking out though, Troy, the clouds seem to be lifting a bit. If you look straight ahead, you could see signs of some blue coming through. And we are hoping that the weather stays fine.
And in the meantime, the keeper, he has asked for a helmet which signals the introduction of spin. Jack Russell of England, I think, smitten the first keeper to don a helmet for spin bowlers. At the time, persons perhaps wondered what he was doing, if he was crazy. That was unheard of. But it is now the order of the day.
It's not just the order, it's mandatory. If you are keeping to spinners, that's a law. And if you're feeling that silly point or forward short leg, it's mandatory. So it's not just a question of the order of the day, it's the law of the day. And that law, of course, being changed recently.
And more so for the under 19 players once they are anyway within that 15 yard of the batter, which is all about protection for these youngsters.
Lloyd, of course, is the new bowling change, his left arm around. So Barbados conceding.
This is an appeal for stump, and he's given out. Is Singh. Pulling him forward was Lovell. As fraction as it may have been, of course, we don't have a vantage point here. But the umpire did not hesitate. And the Leewards have lost their first wicket, 10.2 overs. They are 45 for 1.
Yes, and immediately Lowell, the left-arm orthodox spin bowler, being brought on and immediately getting rewarded, picking up a wicket. Umpire, of course, the man in the best position, so Singh goes for 12. And he faced some 37 deliveries for those 12 runs. Pluck goes out. Pluck, player from Nevis who has shown a lot of promise, but of recent times has not done too well with the bat. And Leeward's no doubt with a good start. They're hoping that Pluck could get some runs today and put them in a good position.
Pluck, he played in the St. Kitts Cricket Association's 40-over tournament they had earlier in the year, and he had a few half centuries.
Yes, and Pluck, who is originally from Nevis, would have done very well over there too. In a number of competitions they would have had over in Nevis.
And coming forward, as some may say, killing that one dead right in front of him. The keeper comes around and picks up. A little wide, and he's driving. It's a beautiful catch, is it? Backward point.
He's out.
Driving was Pluck, and diving to his left at backward point. Picking up a catch, and Pluck goes back to the pavilion after facing just 2 balls.
Rather ill-advised shot there by Pluck. And well roped in there by Shaquan Bell. And Bell, of course, is one of the opening bowlers. He started the attack from the pavilion end. And Bell coming into the attack, left arm spinner's gone, bang, bang. 2 wickets down. And as DeAndre Drew goes to the crease. So after getting a very good start, losing 2 quick wickets, the Leeward Islands.
Barbados perhaps not happy they were not able to get at least 1 wicket in the power play, but in the over immediately after.
Shot though by Pluck. He was not fully to the pitch of that one, and he was driving it, peeled off the outer portion of the bat, and it went low to the left of Bell, who is at slightly backward point position, and he was diving away to his left and took a very good catch. Bell, of course, a right-arm fast bowler, so well done there by Bell. Here he's into action once more and prevents a run. So the end of a very successful over there.
45 for 2 it is. After 11 overs, Barbados not touching a pad in the power play. The first 10 overs coming back with a change, introducing spin, and immediately picking up 2 quick wickets. 2 wickets within 3 balls.
Try, interestingly, Jamaica now they're also 45 for 2. So they're perhaps synchronized with the Leeward Islands.
And we're going to see the continuation of spin from the media center end. A run rate of 4.09, target score of 205, which has been dropping, as is normally the case. With the fall of a few wickets, the run rate drops until both the batters are able to get in themselves. DeAndre Drew, the vice captain, captain of the St. Kitts under-19 team.
Bowling change though, Troy. Zachary Carter comes into the attack. Left arm also, left arm spinner. Another one of those big burly lads. In the meantime, the United States won against Trinidad and Tobago 52 without loss. So they're having a good start. And over in Nevis, like I said, there was an inspection at 10:30. And we'll get an update on that particular match.
And here's Tilokani playing that one backward of point. No single. Both batters here from St. Kitts. Beaten outside the off stump is Tilokani. But going back to Pluck Smitten, I wonder if it's a case where he perhaps was a little overconfident. He has played some good cricket in St. Kitts and Nevis, getting some good scores against the best bowlers in St. Kitts and Nevis. Now going down to this under-19 level, perhaps needed to actually look at what is going on, see what the pitch is doing, see what the bowler is doing.
That was his second delivery.
And Tilakani getting back on the back foot, punching that one down to a backward point on the boundary, picking up 2 runs, the end of the over. First over from Carty.
Carter, in fact.
Carter, pardon me.
Zachary Carter.
47 for 2 from a state of 45 without loss. And we're seeing spin from both ends. Some teams employ 1 spin, 1 medium pace. Some employ a leg spin and an off spin. Other teams may have 2 off-break bowlers. Different combinations, different variations.
I think this is good thinking, though, from the captain of the Barbados team. His left-arm spinner came in from the far end and picked up a wicket immediately. So he's seizing the moment. He's seizing the opportunity. So he is a captain who seems to have the killer instinct. Captain Don, who's at first slip.
And much commendations to him, Smitten, because in the 2 matches we have seen, we wondered about the bowler management of the teams.
Yes, and I think it was the USA who, when they were on top, they did not use the opportunity to continue with the spinners. They were not looking to seize the moment. But here's Barbados trying to keep the foot on the jugular.
And Drew punches that one through the covers, will get a single. A little hesitation initially. Appeared that the fielder may have been stopping that. That wasn't the case. And Drew gets off the mark.
Barbados fielding has been good, though, so far. We have seen a good catch taken. They have been able to cut off runs.
The bowling has been tight. And the testing. That's another single to Tilokani. He has done all the hard work so far, 22 from 32 runs. So no doubt he should be thinking about trying to work towards his half century. Drew punching, backward of point, getting 1, getting 2. Will it roll into the boundary? Yes, it does. 4 runs. Not really a power shot. Just getting up and fanning that one. It had enough on it to get into the boundary, Smitten.
Yes, it certainly gained momentum, going a bit downhill. And going down to the 3rd man region, fairly fine. And being chased there by Bell. And he was unable to pull it back.
Plays that one defensively, backward point. In terms of targets, Smitten, batters, when they go to the crease, what targets do they set themselves, you think?
That's a good question.
You're batting fairly high up as a batsman in your day.
That's a good question. I mean, it's the target, of course, will depend on the team's situation and the conditions in which you're playing in. If you're an opening batsman, your first target, of course, would be to see off the opening burst from the opening bowlers. And depending on the condition of the pitch, there are a number of factors in setting a target. It could be, you could be chasing a score also, so it's very difficult to single out one target. Oh, this is crazy.
Is indeed suicidal. Drew wanting to run a single that perhaps he was the only one to see, but being sent back by Tilokani to good effect. That one playing just backward of square. The fielder 1.5 meters behind the umpire.
Of course, you know, there are times when a cricketer is just thinking about himself as an individual. And he might be telling himself, well, I want to make 100 today, or I want to make a 50 today.
Driven back past the bowler. They are going to get one, but the fielder running around from the long off position on the boundary there, not only preventing the boundary, but limiting the batters to 2.
Troy, you know, over the years it has been said that some batsmen have been selfish. They've only been batting for themselves.
Very much so.
So, you know, it's really difficult to put a finger on a target. And like I said, it depends very much on match situation.
What the match requires at the moment.
At the moment, yes, and, you know, conditions, of course. Because if you go out there and it's seaming around and so on, and as an opening batsman, your initial target is to see off these opening bowlers and, you know, allow the pitch to dry out a bit.
Even if it means not getting too many runs.
Exactly, so.
A lot of politics, as I do say, involved. So it's not just going in there and trying to get to 300.
Definitely not.
How you get to 300, when you get to 300. And the white signal, rightfully so, outside the leg stump. I'm somehow sensing a run out. These are 2 very good run out candidates, Smitten.
Well, so far it seems so.
Not on this occasion, easy single, but there seems to be some enthusiasm, some 2 openers.
Definitely not.
So, Drew batting at 5. As a matter of fact, I don't believe we saw it with any of the 4 batters. That has basically been introduced by Drew. Maybe it's butterflies. But being the captain of the St. Kitts team and the vice captain of this Leeward's team, one would expect some composure, confidence, better judgment.
Fielder going off and being replaced by the emergency fieldsman. It's Griffith was gone on.
The captain being very meticulous with his field setting. And it's Lovell continuing. 2 for 6, 2 wickets for 6 runs. He's into his 3rd over. Successful with the 3rd and the 5th ball, was it? Or 4th and 6th ball off his first spell. Oh. Giving a sitter smitten to the man at the cover region there. A complete sitter. Quite a contrast to the beautiful catch that was taken backward of point.
Yes, and just as I was singing their praises for good fielding, there we had Michael Greenwich putting down a sitter.
We always hear of the commentator's curse. Trying to flick that one down the leg side, not connecting it. It was a wide, so they'll get 5 runs that as the ball races, well, jogs as it were into the boundary.
I think the problem there with Greenwich at short extra cover, or rather short wideish mid-off, I think he got himself in a tangle. I think it is the positioning of his hands. He didn't know whether it was just about chest tight. So I think he tried to, with palms upwards, fingers upwards, he tried to take the catch. And the ball got to him quickly. And perhaps not in the best position to take the catch.
First catch going down for the day. After there was a beautiful catch earlier. And this time there is no confusion. Drew was wondering, the umpire from square leg definitely signaling to his colleague, hey, that looked to me like it was off the pad. So Drew comes back to the pavilion.
I don't think he was wondering, Troy. I think he was just disappointed. That was a thick outside edge, and it went straight to the man, the captain, who is at first slip. He has posted himself there for the duration of the match so far. And that's the captain, Don. And he took an easy catch. So I think it was more disappointment than anything else. Because that was really and truly a thick outside edge. And Miller, who got a half century in the last match, goes out. He's the captain of the Leeward Islands team also. So, they're really capitulating at this point. And that's the third wicket down, is it?
Third wicket, 61 for 3 after 14.3 overs, Swinton.
And having started with 45, losing the first wicket with the score on 45, so they have added another 16 runs.
And Lovell is now 3 for 11 from 2.4. The only successful bowler for the day.
So he's really causing havoc among these Leeward Islands batsmen.
At the end of the power play, Smitten, the Barbados captain might have been wondering, did I make the right decision putting them in? And just 4.4 overs. I'm thinking he's saying, well, I definitely made the right decision.
Well, I don't think so. You know, perhaps he might have been telling himself, just one wicket.
Miller punches that one out to the cover region. There's a sweeper on the boundary. The batsmen, they are only interested in one, which they get easily.
What he did well, what they did well, Barbados, was to tighten up things. They were not giving away any easy runs.
And here's Tilakani tickling that one forward a square for a single. It seems like Tilakani has been on 22 for a very long time. He's now going to go to 24.
Yeah, you're quite correct with that. As we see Carter going back onto the field now, he had left momentarily to be replaced by Griffith. So he seems to be okay. He's jogging back on. And Troy, although their clouds about, one senses that, you know, the weather is improving by the minute. Not that there's any threat of rain, just some cloud cover. But 24 from 36, Tilakani. Miller, the captain, 1 from 1. He's facing. He's in some form. He would have gotten a half century in the last match, which the Leeward Islands would have won. Very much an all-rounder, fast bowler too. He would have picked up some wickets in the first match also against the Windwards. So he certainly has been performing well for his team. A bit more sunshine sneaking through. Fended, it goes down towards third man from the outer portion. They get 2.
Tilakani, he would have always been looking for that second one. He seems to really apply pressure on the fielders when it comes to the running. And it wasn't easy to at the end of the day.
So Carter would have left the field momentarily. Tosses up. And Tilakani's getting to the pitch and driving down to long on for a single. Projected
Score now at 213. And one gets the impression at some point he'll dip below 200. It has been on a downward trajectory.
It has been on a downward trajectory, but it's kind of earlier to determine outside the off stump. And we would have to bear in mind that a wide signal. We'd have to bear in mind also that Leewards, they've lost some quick wickets, so they're looking to rebuild at this point. He's driving and driving nicely, powerfully, straight back overhead, 4. That's a good shot.
Indeed, by Captain Miller, just getting into the crease, but his confidence is riding high on that last half century, as you mentioned. Plus, the ball was there asking to be hit. Right up in the channel.
And we see mid-on retreating, going back on the boundary. Mid-off, sorry. Tickled into the onside. He's getting runs here. Just one. So there's a long one. In fact, that's the end of that particular over. And at the end of over number 1672 for 3, the Leewards, after being inserted by Barbados, with Tilokani on 27 and Miller on 6.
And obviously, these two, they will have two jobs to do. One, they will have some rebuilding to do, and at the same time, they need to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Scoreboard is ticking fairly well enough. They're going at 4.5 runs per over, and not bad at this stage of the game. With just some 16 overs bowled, we're in over number 17 now, being bowled by Lowell from the far end. So what they need is a partnership here. This one is outside off stump, and Tilokani is not playing a shot. Tilokani has had a good start, and he would like to carry on from here.
And that seems to be Miller.
Miller, sorry, but no, I was saying Tilokani has had a good start. He's on 27 from 39. Miller, of course, is the batsman on strike. But what I was saying is that Tilokani needs to carry on from here.
He has done all the hard work.
This one is steered by Miller down to backward point.
Miller played in the cool and smooth here as well.
Yes, he was impressive. Impressive as a fast bowler. Push back to Lowell. And Miller looks like the sort of player. He's from Antigua, of course. He looks like the sort of player who could go to higher heights, a player who could go places. Bowls with good pace. He's slashing this one up towards extra cover, beats the inner circle, and picks up a single.
I umpired about 2 games with the Antiguan teams, and I'm quite impressed with his temperament and his captaincy, especially on field. He has very good match awareness.
Comes in at number 5 for the Leeward Islands. Lots of responsibility on his shoulder. He's back then forward. The over comes to an end. 73 for 3. We have had 17 overs so far. Must be approaching the first water break. Troy, I think you said an hour and 10 minutes.
11:10.
So must be approaching that water break. But Lee was looking to rebuild at this point.
Coming out of the power play at 45 without loss, losing 2 wickets the first over after the power play. and then one a few overs ago.
Miller is back, gets it just as far as the short extra cover Greenwich, Micah Greenwich, who put down one catch so far. I think it was Drew that he put down, but Drew didn't last too long after that. Quicker delivery, no ball. And perhaps going over the popping crease and free being signaled there by the umpire. Slow bowler infringing, and that's of course, criminal as a slow bowler, and now he gives away. And the right man on strike for this free hit. Miller. He's swinging edges. It is going down towards third man, and he'll pick up 2. So Carter coming out of that one quite, I would say quite good. He just conceding 2 runs. He could have easily gone for 6.
Indeed.
Pushed it through a bit. Edges down towards third man. Runs the 8. He's slowing up inside the third man boundary and 2 runs.
And there have been some changes with the rule for the free hit. Initially, the fieldsmen had to remain in the positions they were when the no ball was bowled, save and except the batters ran a single. But that has been changed, that the fielders, you may be allowed to go back to the edge of the circle. So if you're in a short mid-wicket, short cover, for example, you had to remain there previously, but now you can go to the end of the edge of this 30-yard circle, which most times fielders do. They're prepared to give up the...
I'm wondering if that's a real change, because the fielders would be in the same position. But we do have the drinks break being taken at this point, and we are going to take... just after the water break. For the Leewards, though, the captain has left the field. He was batting. And I understand that he's feeling, he has a pain just below, just in a pain in one of his side, in the side area, or just below the tummy area. So he has gone to the medical area to get some attention. So he has been replaced by number 24, which is Tanis Francis. But here is Tilokani was picking up 2 runs as it was played into the offside. So that forced change there. So he, of course, would have retired hurt and would be eligible to bat later on. Matthew Miller. So he retired hurt with a score on 11 from 16 deliveries. So this one is defended. Tilokani still there. He's on 27 from 40. And Lowell, who has picked up all 3 wickets to fall so far, is in action once more. He's in his 5th over. This one played up towards square leg. They should get 2. In fact, no. Poor running. That should have easily been 2, but Francis was a bit tardy in his running.
I hope Miller is okay. Hope it's not anything serious.
Well, he's taking the precautions. I think an emergency crew is on hand, medical wise, that is. This one airborne slightly by Francis, was just gone to the crease, but safe shot in the end. It was low to the ground and it went up to extra cover where it was fielded. Gets another good delivery. This has been good, accurate bowling by Lowell. Tanis Francis, he's new to the crease, replacing his captain. By holding up there a bit, there must be some disturbance going on there. We see they're looking down towards the fine leg area. And they're about ready to resume play as Lowell will pick up the attack from the far end. Oh, that's a poor delivery, over-pitched and played into the offside. It was a bit high also, but not too high for it to be signaled a no ball. So one more run, in fact, Francis's first run, so he's off the mark.
And that ball got what it deserved, Smitten. It was asking to be hit. And the batter obliged. And the Bajans, they'll have to... We haven't seen too many of those type of deliveries, but they'll be well advised to still keep it tight.
Yes, they're still doing very well. They're some 86 without loss against Trinidad and Tobago, 86 from 17.2 overs. Oh, he's taking on the pad as he looks to flick into the onside. And just a half-hearted appeal really from the bowler, Zachary Carter. No response from the umpire. Machin Nevis has started. And the Windwards, they're batting there. In the second over, there are 4 for no loss. And the Machin Nevis has been reduced to a 45 over affair. They had a late start. So 45 overs to be played over there in Nevis. Back, plays it to extra cover, no run. Then, of course, the other match which is going on, Jamaica is coming up against the Guyana, Jamaica 81 for 4. Outside the off stump, due to the keeper. And in that match, we are in over number 17. So that's happening in and around St. Kitts Nevis under 19 tournament in progress. Tossed up, no ball. Second time for Zachary Carter, overstepping, and another free hit. Luckily, he got away the first time, just 2 runs, and edged down to third man.
And we'll see if he suffers the same fortune, better or worse.
Or an attempted hoik over the mid-wicket region. Just a single, so he gets away a second time, just a single. Over pitch, driven back to the bowler. And Tilakani steps away, disgusted. Thought that perhaps he should have done a bit more with that one.
And Tilakani, no doubt thinking that his century is just 20 runs away. But he'll still have to play good, sensible cricket. He has done all the hard work. He has faced 5 bowlers as a matter of fact. And he'll just need to continue to be patient. Play good, sensible cricket, the basics.
Quicker delivery there to start the over by Lovell. Played back to the bowler on the bounce. But certainly the clouds ahead of us, they're drifting away. We are seeing much more blow at this point. And a quick single down to mid-on. We have been blessed, of course, for these matches with good weather. This, in fact, is the 3rd round of matches, the 3rd match being played here in St. Paul's. And the weather has been excellent throughout.
And today has not been as warm as it has been in those other 2 matches.
Thanks, of course, to cloud cover for most parts. It's a slight breeze blowing at the moment as the sun is looking to force its way through. Someone below saying good, perhaps the coach. Perhaps this is what Plug should have been doing. Instead he went for an extravagant drive and it peeled off the outer portion and he was taken.
After facing 2 balls.
Well, it was not after facing, it was after facing 1. He got out on the second ball. So it definitely wasn't after facing 2 balls. Over comes to an end though, and so we have had some 21 overs and 85 runs on the board, projected score 203. Tilokani 30, Francis is on 3. Captain, of course, retiring on 11. And captain feeling the pain. We hope that he's okay. He's not only the captain of this Leeward Islands team, he's driving, but up to mid-on. But He's one of their key bowlers, one of the opening bowlers for the Leeward Islands team. So Leeward Islands could ill afford to lose him at this point. His batting is needed and his bowling is needed. Played in the air, one bounce down to the mid-on fielder, Roach, who hesitated a bit. I don't know if he might not have picked it up early enough. But instead of going towards the ball, he sort of veered away and waited for it to come to him on the bounce. Body language of the Barbados fielders suggests that they thought that he could have gotten to that one. But Francis is defending. So Leeward's really struggling now after starting so well. Played down to, in fact, misfielded at backward point and going out towards the boundary, and the batsmen were able to pick up 2. In the meantime, Troy, the United States of America against Trinidad and Tobago, that's the United States of America Team 1. They are edging towards a century opening partnership, 95 for no loss.
Wow.
And they're over number 20.
Just about a little under 5 runs and over.
So, over comes to an end here. Francis is on 6, and Tilokani on 31.
Teams will definitely have to keep their eye on that USA 1 team. They've been playing good cricket from what we saw. And perhaps teams might be misled. Most of the fielders are diminutive. But they're playing good cricket. If I were to fault them, it would be bowler management. Having had Guyana, was it Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, in the going, and they had them down and they didn't go for the kill, as it were, go for the jugular.
Roach though replaces Lowell, and he would be bowling from the far end. He forces a medium pacer, fairly long run. He has a slip, third man back on the boundary, backward point, cover, wide-ish mid-off. This one goes down to third man to Lowell for an easy single. So Barbados going back to the fast bowler Roach. He's in his second over. He was given 1 over previously, so he comes in with his second over. This one is in the air, down to mid-on, and he's out. My word, Francis goes, caught at mid-on, and that was catching practice. He just gently pushed it down to mid-on, and the catch was taken quite easily, easiest of catches. And Leeward Islands lose another.
After a good start, 45 without loss, they're finding themselves 90 for 4 in the 21st over. And it looks like the captain, he is going back in, is it?
No, he's not. That's Ewart Richards who's going back. He's going out to bat, I should say. Catch, of course, taken by one of the opening bowlers, Pollard, who took that catch. Jakeem Pollard. Easiest of catches. That really was the softest of dismissals. So Leeward Islands floundering after a good start of 45. They have now lost another wicket. They are 4 wickets down for 90. And we're in over number 23.
And we were just thinking that they needed to really stay and build an inning.
Outside the off stump. Francis picks up the line and allows it through.
And as Miller has retired, we don't know if he'll be able to continue batting. So that would be a blow to the Leewards if he isn't. As I mentioned earlier, one of their key batters, having made a half century in the last match, and one of their key bowlers as well. Key all-rounder.
Out is in, no, dropped. It was played back in the air, the bowler Roach diving forward and spilled it in the end.
Very good, good attempt there by Roach, the bowler, having to dive forward, low to the ground, and he wasn't able to hold on.
Could easily have been in the over for Roach.
And that would have put them 90 for 5. But Richard, he fights, lives to fight
Drives
another
back to the bowler who knocks it down. USA 100 for no loss, some 21.3 overs. Windward's 28 for no loss, 3.4 overs. And 109 for 4, Jamaica coming up against Guyana. Slashed away out towards the backward point boundary. Crosses the boundary line now, 4 runs. That's a good shot. It was too short from Roach and cut away nicely down to the backward point boundary for 4.
Very good shot indeed by Richards. It's always comforting to get off the mark with a boundary. That helps to boost the confidence by whatever factor. As the Leewards, they are inching closer to the century. And Tilokani, he seems to have been at the crease for forever. 32 from 50, he opened the batting.
He certainly has stagnated a bit. Yes, of course, he has held the innings together, but we are going to see another bowling change from this, the pavilion end. And Zachary Carter, he has been replaced. And the new bowler is Zandre Baptiste, who looks like he might be bowling right arm off spin. So Zandre Baptiste, oh my goodness. A few hops and skip here by Zandre Baptiste. It's not the bunny hop though. Interesting approach, short approach. And you know, so many bowlers these days have so many different mannerisms, the way they approach their bowling. Oh, this is interesting.
Hops on the left, hops on the right.
And the arm swinging left, arm swinging right. This is rather interesting.
We've seen some very unorthodox, as I'll say, run-ups by various bowlers over the years.
Perhaps looking to befuddle the batsman with his approach. But Richards won't be befuddled as he picks up 2 runs, playing it down to square leg. Zandre Baptiste, right arm. Looks like off spin is making some slight adjustment to his field, strengthening the onside field. It's a short, fine leg, short mid wicket, square leg back on the boundary, long on back on the boundary. There's a square leg just slightly back out of square. And on the offside, they're just 4 fieldsmen. Toss is up, swept and swept well, 4 runs. So good shot there by Richards, and he rushes on to 10 with that boundary. This one swept, of course, down to long leg, and it was well timed, and it went all the way.
And interesting the way umpire Brian signals his 4. When it comes to signaling, I think it was umpire Toffel. I don't believe anyone could really touch him in the signaling.
Umpire?
Toffel, I think it was. He had some funny way of signaling 4s and 6s.
Oh, there's a loud appeal, but not given. Are you talking about our good friend from New Zealand?
Yes.
What's his name again?
Isn't he Toffel?
No, it's not Toffel. I'll get the name for you in a while, but I'm sure it's not. Tufnell, of course, was from Australia. He retired. This one, he's turning into the onside down to backward square. He's getting at least 2 runs here. They're back for the second and 2 more.
What is the umpire from New Zealand?
So we get the name of that umpire. Boy.
The 100 has come up.
So at least that's a landmark which has been achieved for the Leeward Islands. They're now 103 for 4 from 24 overs. I think it was Bowden, Billy Bowden.
Billy
Bowden from
Billy Bowden, that's the man.
From New Zealand. He signaled 6 with the hook fingers, and he had a lot of flourish when he signaled the 4. Still does a bit of umpiring, but in local cricket in New Zealand, I would have seen him in a few games there when the competition goes on there in New Zealand. You know, they do play quite a bit of cricket there. They have different leagues going on, a T20 league, a one-day league, and also the 4-day league. But it's roads from the far end. This one is played down to mid-on.
Billy Bowden.
Umpire Tufnell, of course. I think he trains umpires now. He's from Australia, one of the leading ICC umpires. But Barbados very much on top here. 103 for 4. Pulled and pulled nicely. Might not have timed it as well as he would have liked, but he's getting a couple of runs here. Just pulling from up to down and controlling the shot well. Airborne a bit, but safe. And Tilokani marches on. And slow march, of course.
Perhaps extremely slow march, but not being intimidated at all, Tilokani.
Oh, he plays this one nicely, just goes to his full height. In fact, goes on up on his toes and gets on top of the bounce and steers it down to third man for a single. So he's looking good.
Projected score of 217.
Turned nicely down towards square leg. This could run away for 4. It does so. Lovely shot on the pads and flicked away down towards backward square for 4. That's a good shot.
Effortless. Didn't hustle into the shots,
Richards is looking good. He's gone on to 16.
He got off the mark with a boundary.
16 from 10. Strike rate of 160. He's pulling and pulling well. Well, in fact, he mistimes it and gets it as far as wide mid-on.
hadn't connected properly, that could have easily been another force win.
Yes, he seems to be in an aggressive mood. Chirping going on out there from Barbados. Nelson's on the board. Short lifting, picks up the line well, and allows it through.
And we're seeing quite a bit more blue skies. They are slowly drifting away. Perhaps maybe a little faster than how Tilokani is approaching his half century. The important thing is he's there and he's keeping the Leeward's team together. 36 from 55 balls. He has seen all 4 wickets falling around him.
Yes, he has been the glue that has kept the Leeward Islands batting together. They're 111 for 4. Still some way to go yet, but he certainly has solidified the Leeward Islands innings so far.
They are halfway through their innings. Some persons may just double the score and say, well, hey, they're going to make about 222 as they are 111 at the halfway stage, but that's easier said than done. Tossed up a bit and perhaps not in control of the shot. He will get 1 and he gets 4. Beating the fielder running around from the long leg region. That is it Zakari? I'm not seeing clearly.
Carter.
Not getting down quick enough. And picking up a boundary is Irate Richards, who races to 21 from just. So it looks like once he's at the wicket, we're going to see some fireworks.
Yes, he has been scoring rather quickly.
He's getting back on this occasion, punching it to forward of square. And it's Baptiste, 1, 2, and then a hop and a skip. And he goes aerially. Is he going to be out caught? The man is coming in from the long leg boundary and he takes it easily. Smitten, going aerially, not in control of the shot. And Leewards have lost their 5th wicket to from an aggressive Irate which is going down.
Yes, a good catch there by Bell. For one moment, I thought that he had misjudged it a bit, but he held on to it quite nicely. It was dropping on him, but he got both hands to it and took the catch quite easily. But somehow I felt that this was on the cards with Richards. He was ultra aggressive. Miller is going back out, so that's good news for the Leeward Islands. But he was playing his shots, and in the end gave it away.
You cannot get too overconfident. He has been striking the ball well, getting a few fours. He got off the mark with a 4. But you still have to see the Leewards there, not by the widest stretch of the imagination, out of the woods. 115 by them, a far cry. Barbados, they have scored in excess of 280 on 2 occasions so far, which suggests they have, which also suggests that 115 shouldn't be any challenge for them. However, we know runs on the board are already runs on the board.
115, Troy, you're giving the Leewards just 115. Still some batting. The captain is back. He's on 11. And it's good to see that he's back out there and that whatever the issues is not that too serious. How it would affect his bowling, we don't know, but Leewards do need him out there as a bowler.
11 from 16 is Miller. 5 wickets down, and they really have to bat Leewards to stand a chance of winning this match. And there are oohs and ahs, and that one goes to the keeper beating Miller. It's the end of the over. 115 for 5 Leewards after 26 overs.
Yes, a successful over there for Baptiste. All arms and legs. And certainly Richards, who was going great guns, he played a few in the air but away from fielders. And I think he tried one shot too many. Went quite nicely out the Miller. He just called for a new bat from the pavilion, and he jogged back to the non-striker's end, which would suggest that he's not too incapacitated or not incapacitated at all. So that's good for the Leewards.
Tilukani getting it up and guiding that one down to third man. And he calls onto 36 from 56 deliveries. As the run rate 4.42 gives a projected score of 221. But we still have about half of the match left. Anything can happen either way.
Yes, and I always
Miller, he's flicking that one off the pads. He'll get too comfortably. Going to a backward square region.
Yes, Troy. I always try not to pay too much attention to projected scores, because if, take for example, the Leeward Islands, they're all out 10 overs short, then
going back over the bowler's head, it's racing down to the boundary. The batters will only pick up one.
yes, I think he was looking to pull it into the onside, but got it high up on the bat, and it went back over the bowler's head for single. So yes, I was saying, if you fall short of your allotted overs by, let's say, 10 overs, that projected score, which might be 4.49 at the moment, can become 3 point something. So it's always critical to try and bat your overs.
And Tilakani comes forward, playing that one out into the offside. He remains on 37. He has really been the glow card into your keeping this innings together. And his coach, no doubt, would have sent a message, hey, we need you to steady a bat all 50 overs.
Edged and caught, though.
And there is the commentator's course. We've seen that happen ever so often, saying he needs to bet them bat and giving the simplest, catching practice to the man at four slip.
And forgive me, you made a comment just now. I was about to comment on your comment, but instead of commenting on your comment, I had to comment on the edge and caught that slips.
You have to comment on a new comment.
On a new comment.
Oh, my. Tilakani seemed very untroubled, but I don't know.
And the catch, of course, taken by the captain of the Barbados. He has spent all the fielding at for slip. Going in at number 8 is LaShawn Bergen, who would have played a lot of under 15 cricket for the Leewards in recent times. Much better batsman than the number 8 position would suggest. So there's still hope yet for the Leeward Islands.
He was vice captain of the under 15 Leeward Islands team, and perhaps coming to prominence in that tournament. He was in the top 2 in batting and bowling. Nice all-rounder.
On home soil, of course. It comes from the village of St. Paul's.
A lot riding on him here. If the Leewards are to get a challenging score, he and the captain will have to stay there. It's the end of the over, 119 for 6.
So just
27 overs.
Oh, sorry. Just to update listeners, though, on the other matches in Nevis, the Windward Islands, they're 39 for 1 against the USA team number 2. Trinidad and Tobago against the US batting 122 for 1. And that is from some 26.1 overs. And Jamaica against Guyana 42 for 5. Weather is really wonderful now, Troy. It is the sort of weather we have been having over the last couple of days. Excellent at the moment. Perfect weather at the moment. Pristine weather.
And trying to flick that one on the onside. White signal. Matthew looked up at the umpire, didn't see the signal initially, but it came eventually. We say good morning to Gillian Skerritt-Smitten, an ardent cricketer, listening to the commentary, thank you, and she indicated it's Billy Bowden. That one beating keeper and four slip. It runs down to the third man boundary. Will it get there? No, it doesn't. They get 2. I don't think he got anything. It should be yes. Oh, it's a wide, Smitten.
Yes, the wide down the onside. Thanks to Gillian Skerritt for confirming that it was Billy Bowden. I wasn't in no doubt that it was Billy Bowden.
And using the technology, Gillian, and I make a guess she's probably at Connery. Cricket cannot be played in St. Kitts and Gillian is not there. That's going to be another wide, yes. Turning into the onside.
Yes, he's getting a bit of turn, and the turn is taking it past the leg stump, outside the leg stump, and he's been signaled wide.
But this is good thinking by the youngster. He's now going to come right arm round the wicket. Getting the same amount of turn, the trajectory is a little different here.
You know, the interesting thing about Baptiste's approach is that when you see him swing at the left arm, you get the impression that he's going to be bowling a left arm spin, if you look at him closely.
It's a very unorthodox run-up. 1, 2 steps, and a hop on the left foot, hop on the right foot, and another 2 steps and delivery. And that's a no ball spin, a violation of the circle rule.
Seems as though there are too many fielders outside the circle. Let's see if there's any adjustment. As the free hit is being signaled.
I think, yes, the square leg, he would have come in. There's a man on the long on boundary. Long off, mid-wicket and backward square. Now they are 4 out. Chipping down the field is Miller. Haven't seen much of it. Drives down to long on. Fumbled by the fielder. They're going to get 2. But we haven't seen too many batters coming down, chipping, taking it.
I think it has bowling also. And well, in terms of the spinners, you're correct. Seems as though they're afraid to get down to the spinners.
Going eerily over the bowler's head. Should only get 1. The fielder from the long on position runs to his left. So Miller advances to 16 from 23, while the score for the Leewards inches up by 1 as well.
And there you go again. That was played down to long on, but both of his feet were planted in the crease. No attempt to really chip down and drive.
Lashan Borgan just pushing it backward point and calling to his captain, come. They go through easily for a single.
That's good batting. Good batting. Just angling it into the onside. The fielder had some running to do. That looks like Pollard there at point. He had to move to his left. Enough time for a run.
Pulling Miller forward is Baptiste. Lashawn Dixon, pardon me, Lashawn Borgan.
Well, there's a Lashawn Dixon, so, but he's not playing.
Yeah, I'm a member of the Cricket Association. And he's actually a match referee for this tournament. Single. Lashawn Borgan, he attended the SEMS, Charles E. Mills Secondary School in Sandy Point, and he was afforded a complete cricket kit by the Sandy Point Benevolent Society to assist him. And Lashawn actually is giving back somewhat to his alma mater, St. Paul's Primary School. They had their graduation recently at the Ramada Hotel, which is a mile and a half, 3/4 of a mile or so outside of St. Paul's. And he sponsored the most disciplined student.
Well, it's good to see already the youngster is thinking beyond himself.
I thought that was an excellent idea.
Saw another change of bat a while ago, though, Troy. Miller seems to change his bats quite regularly. And when he was batting before he had retired, he did have a change of bat. And just a while ago, just a moment ago, he had a change of bat also.
Some may ask the question, is it the tools, man, or is it the tools?
Well, he would know best.
And most times, the worker has a tendency of blaming the tool as Roach continues from the far end.
Well, you would have played cricket as a wide signal, and you know that as a batsman, you feel comfortable with the bat you're using. Sometimes the bat just doesn't feel right in your hand. And that's why some players, they use certain makes of bats.
Adding a certain number of rubbers. And that one goes to there's an appeal for caught behind, and the umpire looks at it. He does perhaps a MR Smith, and he gives him. Lashawn Borgan goes for just a solitary run.
Yes, fishing outside the off stump. The Barbados fielders, they were very confident, you know. I don't know if the umpire was waiting, that umpire, Ebanks, was waiting for the batsman to walk or to look at him, but it took a bit of time, but the finger eventually went up. And Lee was really plunging, 132 now for 7. And after enjoying and all, he start really capitulating at the moment, and we're just away from not too far away from the 12 o'clock hour. And only 28.2 overs bowled, so not good at all from the Leewards. 132 for 7. And really in serious trouble here today. In the meantime, the United States, 145 for 1, 49 for 6. Whereas in Nevis, in a match that has been reduced to some 45 overs, the win was batting first, 53 for 1. So Barbados really fighting back.
Israel Morton getting excited, perhaps seeing what no one else saw, dabbing that one forward, perhaps a widest cover. The fielder running around from backward point affects the field, and Morton was almost halfway down the track, had to be sent back by Miller.
I think it boiled down to response from Miller at the far end, though. It could easily have been a single, a quick single.
He gets up on his toes. Short man is Israel Morton. Dabs it down to backward point. He's the captain of the St. Martin under 19 tournament. And I was also impressed by how he handled his team. I think the Leeward Islands, they're in good standings from a captain's point of view over the next few years. Coming across, there's an appeal. Umpire remains unmoved. Perhaps catching him high smitten outside the off stump.
Yeah, probably. It might have been in height, although he's a short man. But you have to be careful, though, when you say for the next few years. Remember, you have to take a look at the passport of some of these youngsters. It's an under-19 tournament. So, you know, it's all dependent on the age of some of these guys, whether or not they'll be around in a year or two.
And Roach tries again, his final delivery. Trying to pull that is Morton. Perhaps wondering if it shouldn't have been a wide, but perhaps just passing over the leg stump.
Bat goes out again, Troy.
It's interesting, Smitten. In our days of playing cricket and
Sent back, though.
sent back by the umpire, that's too many bats.
I'm not too sure if he's the umpire, but probably the batsman
Miller.
himself, Miller. Probably that's not the bat he's looking for, or probably he's satisfied with the one he's using.
In our days playing cricket, the club bought bats. So you would have had 5 bats, maybe 6 bats. I'm not too certain when they were buying back then they made provisions for left-handers or right-handers. They just bought bats.
Exactly, and the thing is, sometimes you would go to bat and you're not getting your favorite bat.
Because somebody else using it.
Someone is using, the batsman out there is using it. And you would have to, as we say, coop him and hope that he gets out before you, and you grab it.
Yeah.
You know?
Same thing with pads and gloves.
Yes.
And we're seeing Pollard being reintroduced from the media center end. That's going to be a wide. He has had 5 overs so far, Pollard. He hasn't touched the padders yet, giving up 14 runs. Not bad for his 5 overs.
Of course, he would have started from the far end, Caribbean Sea end, the pavilion end.
I'm wondering if he's any relationship to Kyron Pollard. Pulling that one square, just forward a square, is Matthew, who jogs through for a single. Brings Israel Morton, who is yet to get off the mark, to strike.
Well, Pollard from Trinidad and Pollard from Barbados, but it does not mean that they can't be related. But we'll never know.
Strangely enough, Smitten, some persons are of the view once your surnames are the same, you're related. There are 5 different Mills families in Sandy Point, of course, my Mills being one.
Your Mills is division, actually.
But I'm told that none of the 5 Mills are related. Which is a little strange. 1 out of 5? None out of 5?
It is strange because even though your Mills originated out of Nevis, quite a lot of divisions came over to St. Kitts and they remained in St. Kitts. There are quite a number of people, divisions in St. Paul's, for example, of division descent in St. Paul's, for example.
Chipping down again is Miller, playing it down to the long on, only getting a single. And on this
A
occasion, oh, it's a boundary, pardon me.
Once it beat the mid off, it ran away.
And actually, we spoke about chipping, and he chipped down to pull out the pace bowler on this occasion.
I think what he's doing now, he realized that wickets are falling all around him. But this forces Pollard to go back around the wicket. He's bowling left-handed, of course.
And Matthews now 24 from 29. And he just caresses that one back with a square, and it goes easily into the boundary spin, perhaps using the pace.
Yes, a wonderful shot. It was on his hips, and he just swiveled into his wicket and turned it around nicely down to the long leg boundary for 4.
And he's now 28 from 30 balls. Now seeing a little more aggression. As Smitten indicated, leading from the front. It's Pollard to work again. Wide, and it is not wide enough to be called a wide.
No, that was a good delivery. It was outside the half stump, well within the tram line, the guideline, if you want to call it that. And well bowled there by the bowler Pollard, not giving Miller, not getting close enough for Miller to hit him back over his head.
Well, that one just outside the off stump, moving in a bit. Playing it halfway down the track is Miller, to be fielded by Pollard. It's the end of the over. After 6 overs, he has given up 25 runs, and he is yet to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, so still a long way off. We have just some 30 overs completed, another 20 overs left in this innings. But unfortunately for the Leewards, they are 7 wickets down, so these two would be looking to try and take it as far, as deep as possible, and perhaps get the Leeward up towards, let's say, 200. That, speaking of target, that might, well, their first target, of course, would be 150, and then perhaps the other target would be 200, Troy. Speaking of targets, but Roach continues from the far end. And this one goes down to third man, and we'll wait for the signal. In fact, he seemed to have played it. And the 1 run to Israel Morton. So Miller is on strike now. He's on 28 from 32. And he has been batting well.
And Gillian Skerritt Smitten, she's saying she's enjoying the commentary. Thank you very much, Gillian.
Well, thanks to also. This one is played up to extra cover. Morton is thinking of a run. It's not really on. So Roach, and we wonder if he's related to Kemar Roach.
Again.
There's a Greenwich in the team also. There are a number of Greenwiches. All are not related, of course. That comes out of Barbados. Jeffrey Greenwich, Gordon Greenwich. And I think there was another Greenwich who would have played for the West Indies also.
Unlike the Richardsons and the Hodges and the Gums, who our chances are 80-85% are related. And those coming from Anguilla, formerly part of the St. Kitts Nevis and Anguilla Union.
Slip, of course, being strengthened for Morton, who's on 2 as Roach approaches. Gets it. In fact, fumble there, quick single.
Well run indeed.
So a bit of fumble at point. And the batsman seized the opportunity to pick up a run. Every run count at this stage for the Leeward Islands, 146. It is for 7. And like I said, approaching a target. As we see Newton retreating to the cover boundary. Attempted pole by the captain. Miller missed it completely, and there we see the umpire signaling one for the over, one over the shoulder.
Nothing lost, of course, no harm in an appeal. But Smitten, South Africa versus Zimbabwe, the captain Mulder, 367 was he?
367, 33 runs away from the record.
And he declared.
Nicely pushed up to cover by Miller, just a single.
And in an interview, he was asked why he didn't continue batting until he at least got to Brian Lara's record of 400, or tried to get there. And I found his comment extremely interesting, as a matter of fact. He said that's a score by legends, and some scores by legends are to be maintained by the legends. So if he had to do it again, he wouldn't try and go for the 400 runs.
I think if he was batting against, let's say, England or India, perhaps he would have tried to go for those runs. I think, I mean, that is just my way of summarizing the situation. He probably tell himself, well, this is a weak bowling attack, and it's not, he's a big fan of Brian Lara. And,
perhaps.
He would not like to see Lara's record going down against such a weak attack. But that's my way of looking at it. Some people tell you that if it was Timber Bavuma would not have declared. Right? He would have allowed them to bat on, or even if Bavuma himself was batting. And the captain would have batted on. Because there were lots of time left in the game.
Yes, easily.
I mean, as a matter of fact, the game finished in no time at all.
And strangely enough, I was asked that question by a footballer in my club, why he did that. He was perplexed. But that shows a lot of respect.
He's a strong fan of Brian Lara. He respects Brian Lara, and and it's selfless.
Indeed.
I mean, Lara is a West Indian, he's a South African.
But at the end of the day, Smith, 400 is 400, irrespective of who it's made against.
I know. I know. But no, what I'm saying is that, I'm not taking that part of it out of consideration. Right? But,
Something interesting happened there. Smitten, Miller played that one basically in front of him. And the pullard was coming down. And Miller was asking him, hey, do you want me to help you with the ball? Try to you? Being cautious, of course. And Pullard went down and picked up the ball himself. Miller, not wanting to be out-handled the ball, as we have seen at high levels of cricket.
Played for single down to mid-on by Miller.
Well called in the end.
There's a thing called spirit of the game, something
Yes.
which I do not believe in too much. Right? Because if you're playing within the rules, there's no such thing as spirit of the game. And, that's not something I really go for. This man Karim's story, I mean, a batsman is cheating on the team. They're gaining yards on you. And he gets run out, and everyone is on the bowler and not the batsman who was cheating by advancing too far.
In my view, I agree with you. It is cheating, trying to steal a foot a yard, whatever the case is.
And especially in tight situations where the game is on a knife edge.
I've seen situations where the bowler is running up, reaches the crease, goes through but stops. and the batter is already literally a yard down the track.
Most definitely.
And he says, hey, you need to stop that.
This one goes through. The bowler is down on haunches. Another bat goes out. So, is it really a bad situation or a message going out? Let's wait and see. I've seen matches try where gloves go out, bat go out, and there's no exchange. Well, let's wait and see. The bat that has gone out has a black rubber, and the batsman is batting with a pink rubber handle. Well, he has taken the bat. He has really changed bats.
There was a match between, and was it a female match? Or is it England and Australia? I can't remember. I think it's England, when a young lady was run out by the man card, and she was crying, literally
Yeah,
crying.
I know. I remember that match. It was in England, and it was against Australia. That particular match played in England, and that in the end would have cost England the match.
Gosh, it was going good. But
Well,
tough,
it was on a knife edge, really. He could have gone either way. Bold, my goodness. Playing all over and around it. And being bowled by Zachary Carter, who has come back from the far end to replace Roach. And it's now 148 for 8, the Leeward Islands.
Perhaps the bat that was sent out, Smitten had a hole in the middle and he wasn't aware. But he was looking compact.
In fact, it's the captain. The captain who was bowled, Miller was bowled. And, this one probably had the hole in it.
Yes, because that's the bat he took on the last occasion.
So Micah McKenzie goes out. He is a key bowler in the Leeward Islands team. Already picked up 5 wickets in this tournament. Had a very good breakout tournament there in Trinidad. In fact, he was the leading wicket taker in that breakout tournament in Trinidad and Tobago, held earlier this year. But he has been picked mainly for his bowling. And I've not heard that he has had too many great feats with the bat. It's not suggesting that he might not have a good day today with the bat, but 148 for 8, he was very much up against it at this point.
And perhaps suggesting at 12-18 Smitten, we are going to have a very short day today.
Well,
perhaps, not the choice of words, perhaps suggesting.
Okay. Oh, there's a loud appeal as he's taken on the pad. Perhaps. And it's only perhaps. Jamaica, in the meantime, against Guyana, they have moved on to 175 for 6 at least. They're not doing as badly as the Leewards. And the United States, 169 for 1.
That is big batting, Smitten.
We know it's 70 for 1. Flashes and dropped by the captain. Doing that first slip. They're back for the second run. It's not a good return. And it goes over the keeper's head, backed up in the onside by Pollard. And 2 runs to Mackenzie. Pollard, of course, could easily, he's a big man also. Big and tall like Kyron Pollard. So who knows?
Admonishing his skipper to, come on, Skip. You're the skipper, do a lot better, lead from the front. Speaking in terms of the getting out, Smitten, pioneering a match, Sandy Point versus Newtown in Sandy Point. I remember left arm spinner Peter Thompson. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes, I do remember him quite well. One of the, taking on the pad, the appeal goes up. But umpire Ebanks is not interested. Yes, there were a number of brothers who played cricket. Chassie Thompson.
Stanley.
And Stanley, their father himself was a wicketkeeper for St. Kitts years ago. So cricket running in the veins. Here is Mackenzie getting a single down to short fine leg. And so far his approach does not suggest permanence. Mackenzie.
I love that. That's trigger words. It doesn't suggest permanence. And I concur with. But Peter Thompson, he was bowling from the Anglican church end. He bowled to Stuart Wallins, who is now the match referee in this game. Stuart was playing for Standy Point, batting at number 3. And he has had a tendency of picking up the ball, knocking it to fielders close by. The spirit of the game to keep the game flowing. And this occasion, Sandy Point was on top of things, and he did that. And I was the presiding umpire. Peter Thompson appealed. And I know Daff was out, but I thought it was just a case of showing that, hey, you shouldn't really be doing that, eh? But then Stanley Thompson said, come on, guys, you all don't know the game? And the whole team went up, and I had no choice but to give Daff out. And he wasn't happy, of course, but I understand that he knew by the law he was out. And what do you think happened, Smith? Next game, Sandy playing Keon in the late Brandy, who national selector. He's batting. Daff, Stuart Wallins is bowling to him. Brandy played the ball dead in front and then knocked it to a fielder. And what do you think happened? Daff appealed.
Yes, I would imagine.
And again, I did likewise. I thought he said...
Well, he was testing you because he knew what you had done him. So.
Exactly.
And he has a very good memory.
And it was just the match before.
He has a very good memory. Well, I mean, even if it was the match 2 years before.
Yes, he would have
remembered that. Trust me. Caught, yes, he's caught at first slip. He stands there, waits for the umpire, but seems to me as though the catch was well taken. Mackenzie is wondering, but he juggled a bit with it. The captain Dawn at first slip as the edge was taken, but he took it on second attempt, and quite obviously, to me, the catch was taken. So Leeward's plunge further into the mire. They are now 151 for 9, is it? 9 or 8? The scoreboard showing 9, yes. As the water cat goes onto the field, and perhaps we'll use the opportunity to take a water break. So we're back with the action here. Leeward's floundering at 151 for 9. Just some 33.3 overs bowled so far. And certainly vindicating Don's decision earlier on to insert them. As this one is styled by Francis, the new batsman. And try, like I was saying earlier on, I think Barbados would have read the situation quite. They would have realized that Leeward Islands have been struggling to make a good score. Even though they might have batted second, they struggled to chase small scores. So they won the toss and they figured, well, look, let's get this thing done as quickly as possible. Pollard, this one goes to outside the off stump. And with a bit of weather around, especially at the start of the day, I think it would have been wise, and perhaps Barbados would have taken this into consideration to try and get this match over as quickly as possible, because you don't know what is going to happen. So far, so good. The weather has been kind to us, and I expect that the weather would remain good for quite some time here on in, but I'm not a weatherman. But Pollard, taking on the pad, the angle might be taking it down. He's asking, he's begging, he's imploring, he's down on one knee, but I think the angle from the left hander coming over the wicket might have taken that one down the onside.
From my position, I thought he was going down the leg side easily. However, that was Pollard perhaps trying to wrap up things and trying to get a second wicket, but the umpire wasn't interested, rightfully so. So it's now a case of how long the Leewards can hold out for. The umpires, they are in discussion with the captain, looking at the ball.
I think what's happening there, they're making that change after
yes.
After some 35 overs. Then the captain would have to decide on which ball they're going to use. And so instead of using the two balls, they now use just one ball.
But it should be at 35, and the scoreboard is saying 34.
Is it 35 or 34?
34.
So wide the signal, of course. This one down the onside.
So could Leewards get to 175?
Well,
200 would be a good mark psychologically, but that's a very far way off.
they have the time in which to get these runs.
They have the overs too.
As well, one the cricket time is calculated in times of balls and overs, of course, not minutes nowadays. 152 for 9. This one is flashed out to deep cover for single. Newton is off the boundary to field, and just the single. 152 it is now.
And a little more sky is appearing. Clouds are vanishing.
This one is in the air out towards Whitish mid-off. Dropped. For one moment I thought he had gotten there, but in the end it was put down. That looks like roach out there. No, in fact it's roach.
Well, an interesting situation happened, Spinton. The ball got back to the keeper, Israel Morton. He stepped down the track to speak to Francis, and the keeper removed the bails. An appeal was made.
This one is in the air. It's going out towards mid-off. The fielder is on. He takes the catch, and Israel Morton is on his way. In fact, that's Caden Francis on his way for no score. caught off the bowling of Zachary Carter and Leeward Islands Indian all out for 153 for 9. And just to tell you that they were inserted by the Barbados by J.A. Branch and bowled Roach for 37. Devanand Singh, he was stumped by the wicketkeeper Bowen off the bowling of Loyal for 12. Carlton Pluck, he was caught, Bell bowled Loyal, no score. DeAndre Drew was caught, bowled Loyal 6. Matthew Miller, he was bowled Carter 29. Kenneth Francis, he was caught Pollard and bowled Roach for 6. Ewett Richards was caught Bell, bowled Baptiste 21. LaShawn Morgan was caught Bowen, bowled Roach for 1. Israel Morton, he was caught Greenwich, bowled Carter for 6. Micah McKenzie was caught Wiggins, bowled Pollard for 3. And Calvin Francis was not out on 1. But here we go again, Troy. Extras 32. And of that 32, there are 23 wides. There are no byes, of course, 6 leg byes, 3 no balls. So extra scoring quite heavily. The pick of the bowlers for Barbados, Barney Roach, he bowled 6 overs, 33 runs, picked up 3 wickets. Raphael Lowell, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, 3 wickets. And Zachary Carty, 7.5 overs, 31 runs, 2 wickets. A wicket apiece to Baptiste and Pollard. And that's the situation there, where the Leeward Islands were dismissed for 154 from 34.5 overs. And there you have it, Troy, as I was saying, the projected score at 4.42 was showing 221, but it's a different story now, where Barbados just have to go at over 3 runs per over. So that's the situation. We'll take a short break until we are ready to have cricket again. And so just to tell you that 154, 155 required by Barbados to win.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome back to the St. Paul's Sporting Complex here in St. Kitts, just some 14 miles west of Bastia, where the Barbados under-19 team, after winning the toss and deciding to field first, they were able to dispense with the Leewards 154 for 10, 154 all out from 34.5 overs. And we're now seeing Barbados about to commence their innings. The umpires are out, the Leeward's team, they are out, and the Barbados, they are now the openers out. Jaquim Pollard.
No, it's
pardon me.
Gwynage, Micah Gwynage, and Zachary Carter. You cannot mistake Zachary, big burly figure, number 71. And Micah Gwynage, his partner. Micah Gwynage will be taking strike.
They'll need to get to 155 for victory in all of 50 overs. The Leewards will be starting from the far end. With Greenwich facing. And for Greenwich, there are two slips. Man on the third man boundary, a backward point. Cover mid-on, mid-off with wicket. And the man down at fine leg. And here is short first ball, pulling square, getting things started with a boundary 4 runs. Caden Francis, guilty of being short on that occasion. So a wonderful way to start for the Barbados team. They've been scoring heavily in this tournament, Barbados. Based on that, this score shouldn't be able to really give them trouble. This one just on the leg stump, turned around the corner. They run one, they're hustling back for 2. They'll get there comfortably. So it's 6 without loss after just 2 balls. Very good running between the wickets there by the Barbados team. It's going to be Francis to continue again. Playing that one backward point. This Greenwich not being able to score. After having a very good power play, the Leeward Islands 45 runs without losing a wicket. The first over after power play, they lost 2 wickets. 45 for 1, 45 for 2. Way down the leg side, signal the wide. If things continue as per this over, it should be in for a very short match. Obviously, it doesn't mean that they will. Playing to mid-wicket, not picking up a single is Greenwich. We've had some very dark, full dark clouds, full coverage. But then they were broken up. We could have seen quite a bit of the skies. Misfielding down in the Long On region, and there's an appeal not out. Out of nothing, two things happened. A single was had, a bit of misfielding. The man really just looking, but there was a fumble. They ran through for a single, and in that single there was an appeal for run out. 8 without loss.
You have to be careful, though, Troy, with those dark clouds. Eh? Like you're calling back the clouds.
Going slashing outside the off stump is Carter. He'll advise the wide being signal, and too many times we've seen batsmen chasing wide.
Quite heavily. The first match they scored 295 for 8. Batting first. I'll get back to that.
Just within, not a wide on that occasion. A nice way to start, 9 runs from the first over Barbados.
Yes, a good start there. 9 runs, and of course they just have to score some 155 runs. The required run rate at the moment just 2.97. So for Barbados in the first match, having scored 295 for 8. Zachary Carter, who is opening innings, he got 78. And the captain, Joshua Dawn, who came in at number 3, he got 79. Michael Greenidge only got 22. And then low down in the order is Andre Baptiste, he scored 57. Of course, there were 31 extras with 21 wides in that match also. And that match was against Trinidad and Tobago. So that was Barbados' first match, and as you would have said earlier, they have been scoring quite heavily. But it's back with Miller.
Right arm round is Miller. Not in full command of that shot, Greenidge. He gets it down back with a square. Gets a single. But more importantly, Miller was off the field for some time. He came back in, he batted well, and opening the bowling suggesting that he's basically back to almost end.
Yes, he's moving well, so he's probably in good shape.
Driving his karty, and it races to the boundary. 4 runs, not hustled into the shot, timed well.
Yes, a good shot there by Carter. And like I said, he's in some good form. In the second match which they played against Guyana, he again got a half century. He scored 62 from 70 deliveries.
Goes straight, gonna get another 4. Was hammering that one on this occasion, unlike the other shot which was timing, and perhaps not quite getting the grip he wanted on it. Getting 4 nonetheless.
It was fairly well played back overhead, and if he continues like that, the 3 o'clock target you have in mind might well be a 2:30, 2 o'clock target.
The score has raced to 18 from 1.3 overs. Looking for a wide. It's Carty, but not signaled by umpire Bryant.
Captain for Barbados is in very good form too. He got a half century in the second match. He got 63. Micah Greenidge, he only got 18, so he's yet to get some runs. And then the keeper, he got 43. But
And driving again through the covers is Carter. Getting a single on that occasion, but looking good, looking confident. And why shouldn't he? He has had 2 half centuries in his first 2 matches, Smitten.
yes, and Barbados, of course, would have won both of those matches quite handsomely. So, Barbados team in very good form.
That one going down the leg side. Wide being signaled. And Miller perhaps trying to bowl too fast, too quickly.
Yes, what is required at this point is line and length. They cannot afford to be giving away too many extras at this point. I mean, they only scored 154 runs. And they'll be looking to tighten up here.
Wide again down the leg side.
He's looking to angle it into the left-handed batsman, Greenwich. Perhaps he might look to try something else, look to attack that off stump, look to get the ball going away from the left-hander and probably induce an edge to the first slip. A little better, but still 2 leg sidish.
Yes.
A bit too straight. And just a tickle off the hips there for Greenwich and picking up an easy single.
Bringing up the over. 22 runs from the first 2 overs. Couldn't ask for a better start, Barbados.
Yeah, that's pretty quick. And who knows, we just might see Micah McKenzie into the attack before the end of the first power play.
He's due some runs. That may be playing on his mind.
He's due, you're speaking in terms of Greenwich.
Yes, Greenwich.
Oh, well, my apologies. I said Micah McKenzie. There are 2 Micahs in this game.
Yes.
I'm talking about the leg spinner for the Leeward Islands.
Oh, okay.
So I was suggesting that he might be brought into the attack early. Who knows, within the first power play, because what the Leeward Islands need are some quick wickets.
Unlike other formats of the game, white ball cricket, where in some cases spinners open the bowling, we haven't had that in the 3 matches we've seen here.
Well, they're sticking to the script.
Pushing that one out to cover his Greenwich.
Clouds are blowing away again, though. Try.
Yeah, some
They're
dark
lifting.
clouds, some white clouds. And no doubt the Barbados team that will be playing on the mind, no doubt they'll want to get these 155 runs before there's any chance of rain. Leeward's in high spirit.
Well, they got to be in high spirits. They're looking for an early breakthrough.
There's one slip, a man down on the 3rd man boundary, backward point, cover, extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And the man down on the long leg boundary. Carty playing it square and running through for a quick single, which was easily had. Keeper removing the bails, but Carter was safely grounded here at the pavilion end.
Yes, but good quick work there by the fieldsman there. Seeing the fieldsman wearing number 37, but we do not have a 37 on the sheet, but it looks like Morton.
Israel.
Is Israel Morton. Interesting.
Sort of is scared after getting it down to the mid-off region.
I think he would have batted in a short at number 33. Now he's sporting 37.
And Auntie Julia, she's saying good afternoon, Smitten,
Good afternoon, Gillian.
at Connery. Carter banging this one down to mid-off. Not getting a single. It's the end of the over. 23 without loss. Leeward's pulling back somewhat.
Yes, pulling back somewhat. And
Tremendously, as
the
a matter of
operative
fact.
word is somewhat. Because after 3 overs with 23 runs on the board, it's still a good start for Barbados and a good striking rate.
Indeed.
That's over 7 runs per over.
And Jilly, she's at Connery, looking at the game at Connery and listening to the commentary here at St. Paul's. It's going to be Miller to continue to Greenwich. Pulling him forward is Miller. Claps coming, a little bit of ooze. Perhaps expecting that one to beat Greenwich, who was defending.
Miller would be looking to tighten up his line and length in this over. In the previous over, he was drifting too much down the onside. And he would be looking to get it a little more offside-ish.
He has given up 13 runs from his 1.2 overs, 2 dot balls in this over.
Yes, a much better start, and you notice the line has improved considerably.
He is the captain, so no doubt he has been speaking to himself, saying, hey, I have to lead from the front. I have to cut away these wides. I can't get on my bowlers for bowling wides, and I am bowling wide. Driving his Greenwich, not being able to beat the mid-off fielder. The claps coming, encouraging Miller, who is having a very good over this over.
Yeah, you notice the length change there. It was further up to the batsman this time. He was attempting to drive.
And he's still right arm over the wicket. A little full outside the off stump. Playing it squares Greenwich. He's going to get a single.
That one though, a little too full, a little too far up in the batsman half. And I think he was lucky to get away with just a single from that delivery. Interesting though, both batsmen at the crease are left-handers, and for Carter, he's going over the wicket to the left-handed Carter and around the wicket for the left-handed Greenwich. Rather interesting. No, in fact, he switches, he goes, he continues to go around.
That is wide, way down the leg side. So wide it beats the keeper and races into the boundary. That's another 5 runs he has given away this over.
Another 5 wides.
Right, that's just 5. Yes.
Quite, instructional. They have been bowling a number of wides, the Leeward Islands, against the Windward Islands in a paltry score of just about 124. They had 25 extras. Most of those were wides. So this is not good.
And he's bowled all over the place. It's Carter. Coming back big time for his team, Smitten, is the captain, Miller. That one pitched up, looking to drive. Nobody was home except the bails and the balls and the stumps.
Yes, he played all over and around that one. It was pitched up nicely. It angled back into the left-handed Zachary Carter. And a good breakthrough there for the Leeward Islands. Carter, as I would have mentioned earlier, would have scored 2 half centuries in this tournament so far. So he's a batsman in form. And he has been batting well. So good breakthrough for the Leewards. The captain for Barbados, Don, goes to the crease. And Leeward Islands would be hoping to continue to pick up wickets on a regular basis. Of course, the target is 155 Barbados to win. Leeward score just 154. So the captain, Miller, one of the leading bowlers, he would have had a 5-wicket haul already in this year's tournament. In fact, he would have had a number of wickets in the tournament so far. And certainly breaking through for his team and getting, like I said, the informed batsman. So certainly he could apply some pressure on the Barbados batting at this point.
First 3 balls of the over were dot balls, then he had a single, and then 5 wides and coming back big time and picking up the first wicket for the Leewards. They will be hoping that Miller would be able to pick up a few more. The captain, Don, for Barbados, he has other ideas. It's the end of the over. Miller, after 2 overs, 19 runs, 1 wicket.
Yes, a much better over there for Miller in that he was able to bowl a tight over and pick up the very important wicket of Zachary Carter, who has been in tremendous form this season and has already scored 2 half centuries. So Leeward Islands happy to see the back of Zachary Carter.
And there's a Calypsonian. Francis causing Greenwich to play square on the outside, not picking up a run. There's a Calypsonian out of Trinidad and Tobago, the late Black Stallion. He has a song, More Gone, More Come. And in terms of the informed batsmen for Barbados, we've just seen the departure of one, but another one coming to replace him. On about leg, flicking it around the corner is Greenwich. Getting a single to take him up to 12. 12 from 16, not bad going.
Actually, Miller would have picked up 4 wickets, a 4-wicket haul. In the first match, he picked up just the 1 wicket against the Windwards, but against the USA 2, he would have picked up 4 wickets for some 23 runs from 6 overs.
And how are the USA 1 doing in their match? I know President Bush is a golfer, but I think he'll be proud of his guys playing cricket. How are they performing? President Trump, pardon me, President Trump. They're running one through the mid-wicket. And 3 runs coming. The score heads up to 30 for 1 after 4.2.
USA 277 for 5. And they're at 46.3 overs at the moment. So they could very well get to 300 in that match. And Windward's 96 for 4 over the Nevis against the USA 2.
Playing back straight, Greenwich, the bowler jumping. And that one races into the boundary. So is this the match that Greenwich is going to be finding some form, picking form, as we say? He's looking good.
Well, he's only on 12. And in the other match, Guyana versus Jamaica. Jamaica batting first to 38 for 8 from 43.3 overs. So setting a reasonable target there, a target with which they could work with, a workable target, I would say.
We have seen some good all-round cricket so far by these youngsters, batting, bowling, fielding. Greenwich on 16 is pulled forward by Francis. 37 for 1 after 5 overs.
It's interesting. The bowler fielded the ball and attempted to throw it back to his mid-off, his mid-on, and it went over his mid-on head. Was the ball there at that point when the bowler fielded it and threw it back?
Not really, because did he throw at the stumps, which would have been indicating that he's effecting a run out, the ball is well alive.
Well, he threw it to his mid-on, and had the batsman taken a run, would the run have counted?
That's a funny one. The umpires, they would have had to interpret it, and chances are they would have said, no, it's the end of the over, because that's another factor.
Well, it wasn't the end of the over, it was the previous delivery.
Oh, okay, yes. So they might have gotten a run, actually.
The batsmen were not interested anyhow, so all's well that ends well. But what I'm saying, let's take, for example, had a thrown, was it strong enough? Had it gone over the bowler's head and gone down to the boundary now?
You're really being devil's advocate here, Smith, but that's a good question.
Two slips are in place, though.
As Miller, his right arm over now to the right-handed Captain Don. And chances are they may have signaled dead ball.
I don't think so. The bowler fielded it, wheel around, and then I know normally they tell you you get it back to the keeper to kill it.
Oh, there was some movement in the air with that one, Smitten.
Yes, definitely.
Don getting it back with a square. And Miller will try again. The only bowler to taste success so far for the Leewards, albeit it's very early days yet. That's one drifting down the leg side, playing off the leg stump was Don. He's going to get 2 wickets, two runs.
See Mackenzie down that long leg, on the long leg boundary, doing some warm-up exercises. I would have said that I wouldn't be surprised if I don't see him in the attack before the end of this power play, but we'll have to wait and see.
Why shouldn't he? The more successful. That one, a little movement again, full, wide, but the ball was wobbling in the air, Smitten.
Yes. He's the one who was at the, Mackenzie that is, he's the one who was at the 5 wickets all for the Leeward so far. Israel Moulton has picked up a 3 wicket haul also against the USA. But a lot would hinge on the performance of Mackenzie here today. For the Leewards, that is.
Slip being taken out. Put into regulation mid-wicket. That one moving again in the air. Full, very full. Fortunate not to have given away any runs.
In fact, the fielder was just placed there, LaShawn Morgan, was just taken out of first slip and placed into the short mid-wicket position, and it went straight to him.
Good reading by the captain on that occasion. A little short. Don standing tall, trying to punch that through mid-wicket, going through to the keeper. End of the over, 39 for 1 after 6 overs. Barbados needing to get to 155 for victory.
Yes, Miller, he's bowling a much better line and length. And he seems to be a bit more comfortable bowling to the right-hander though, but certainly he is really pulling the ball on a good length. And for the right-hander, we saw a couple of deliveries moving in the air, one moving into the batsman.
A little wide is that one. Being driven through the extra covers for 4 beautifully.
Well, you said to the might be's there. He has scored 22 and 18 so far in the tournament. And that 4 would have taken him on to 20.
Which is the median of 18 and 22.
Umpire, he banks, he signal, he looks very much like an orchestra director.
Greenwich is coming forward.
Yes, you're right, but you had me a bit puzzled there with your big word,
Median.
Median. That may be puzzled there.
From my mathematics way back.
Remember
Middle number?
I'm from the grassroots, so. Well, some people say average.
Yeah, simple as that. As small as the word is, it's a big word. Median and is today the day he's going to come big. I'm afraid to make comments like that, Smitten. After making them twice in the first innings, the batsman got out the ball after.
USA 288 for 6, and they have another 11 deliveries left in the innings.
Going uppishly over deliberately is Greenwich over the bowler's head, but not enough power in the shot to get more than 2. And he's now equaled his highest total so far for this tournament.
It was a good shot. He just eased it over the infield, mid-off, inside the circle, and he played it fairly straight, and he dropped outside the 30-yard circle, of course, also. So he was always going to get runs for that shot.
Here is he tickling that one. Back with a square, getting 1. He's going to get 2. So he's now had his highest total so far for this tournament. And he's still there, 22 from 24 balls, 25 balls. It's been very good going.
Yes, he's doing quite well at the moment. And in fact, he's on 24. And batting well, looking quite comfortable. Of course, carrying the game, the name Greenwich, you would have to be a good batsman.
Guiding that one backward of 50.
Of course, with the Barbados team, we do have the former West Indies opening batsman Campbell, along with the team, and the past wicketkeeper for Barbados. Recent time, in fact, would have played for the West Indies also. The wicketkeeper batsman who retired early.
Shane Darwich.
Darwich, yes, he retired. He took a surprise retirement. He's still a very young man, and he is here with the Barbados team.
Miller continues from the pavilion end, a little full on the pads, flicked away. Back with a square is skipper Don. He remains on 5, 108 to get Barbados in all of 258 overs and 58 balls. The 258 balls, of course, technically of no moment. A little fuller is that one from Miller. Skipper Darwich comes forward. The Leewards, not the only way they can defend that 154 they scored is by taking 10 wickets. And at the moment, Barbados look like they're not interested in having that happen. They're not taking any risks, playing good, sensible, basic cricket.
Shane Dowich, of course, is just 33. I think he would have retired somewhere in probably 21, 22, between 20 years ago. So, retiring fairly early.
Extremely young. A little wider is Miller. Getting it down to third man for a single. He has come back well, Miller, in his last 2 overs after giving up 14 runs in the first over. He's now 1 wicket for 22 runs after 3.4 overs. And there's a loud appeal for Greenwich trying to flick that one down the leg side. Umpire Bryant not interested, signals leg by, hopping around. Normally have the umpires signaling leg by to the scorers, recomposing, shifting, signaling to the scoreboard. But Umpire Bryant on this occasion hopping around, forming a 90-degree angle as he hopped. Darwich not looking comfortable against that one, but no harm done. It's the end of the over. 49 for 1 after 8.
Our viewers who are following this game, the United States of America under 19 team won 296 for 8. And another 4 deliveries left in the innings. But we'll get back to that in a while. The action is here. 149, 106 runs needed by the Barbados team to win this one. And Troy, you're a Calypsonian, and I can tell you, I see dark clouds gathering. And I know a Calypsonian would have penned that song. So when it's flashed up to extra cover where it's fielded. But the clouds have been coming and going.
The good thing is, Smitten, it's about 1:38 now and we haven't had a drizzle of rain so far.
Well,
I hope I'm not calling it.
let's not call it. Because, of course, it could delay this match here today. Swung around, swung one bounce into the fine leg boundary, and it's 4. He really swiveled into his wicket and swung that one away. So, Greenwich is in form today. He's into the 30s. Micah Greenwich.
It's nice to see him getting some runs. He was sandwiched by the openers and the number 3. The other opener and the number 3, they're getting half centuries, 22 being his highest score before this match.
Way through to the keeper. But there's a little swagger about him at the moment. Confidence growing, of course. Shot pulled away, good shot. 4 runs, or is it 4? Yes, it's 4. Just dropping inches away from the straightish mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs.
And he knew that would have been 4. He didn't even think about running. And a very good shot, well timed, nice balance, and confidence growing. One wonders what type of conversation his coaches may have had with him before this match.
57 for 1 in over number 9.
Did they tell him, hey, just go out and bat, forget about your games, give us a good score here?
Oh, he's a loose delivery wide and over pitch down the onside and the widey signal. Less than 100 runs to get now Barbados. The 50 came up a while ago for Barbados. And just some 97 runs to get. They're going at almost 7 runs for over, 6.6 runs for over. The required run rate just about 2.37 at the moment. This one is played to extra cover. Where Drew is fielding.
Some of the groundsmen, they have turned coaches, indicating to the Leeward's team how they need to be bowling.
Clipped away, nice shot again. This should be at least 2 runs as they're back for the second run. Seems as though Francis might have bowled his last over in this spell. In fact, we have had 9 overs completed. And are we going to see Miller back, the captain?
It goes back to what we were saying about script. No doubt the plan coming onto the field was the opening bowlers going to give us at least 5 overs each.
Well, there you had it. The USA team number 1, they have brought up the first 300 run score for the season. And this, of course, is against Trinidad and Tobago. As Miller will continue here. And it will be interesting to see what the scorecard is like. Played to mid-on and just a single. And as suspected, Gag scored 111.
First century as well.
First century as well. Got 51. You cast Srivastava, he got 52. And those were the main contributor for the USA 1 team.
USA 1 Smitten perhaps taking revenge on Trinidad for what happened with them on the USA 2 team.
Well, they might be taking revenge, but the USA 2 team only have themselves to blame. They were in a position to win that match. And then in the end, Trinidad and Tobago, with some regard action, they were able to pull it off. But Miller, looking for his second wicket.
Oh.
And this one, full pitch coming from the top edge and going all the way for 6.
Very interesting shot, Smitten. Playing perhaps a little too early. The ball was full. Going all the way behind the keeper. And Miller, who has had a runner ball 34, he's now up to 40 from 35 balls.
Not only that, that one came pretty close to being a no ball for height. But the batsman seemed to have bent a bit to play the shot. Full pitch again, played over long 4 more. He just eased it over, just came forward, a full pitch delivery, and didn't attempt to really hit it hard. He just timed it properly and got it over and run flowing once more. So he has rushed to 44 from 36. It's now 71 for 1. And it seems as though it's not going to be a 3 o'clock finish today, Troy.
Seems like it's going to be pretty early. Just about half of the Barbados players.
Over. Oh my word, this is good cricket. It goes the other side of the pitch now. The previous one was over a mid-off. Now he opted to go over mid-on with the same result, 4 runs. This is wonderful batting indeed by the young man Greenwich, who was rushed on to 48.
Coming back, finding form at a good time 15 runs off the over from Miller so far, and there's still another ball to be bowled.
Oh, he edges this time they're down to third man. Just a single takes him to 49, but it is just a reflection of the depth of batting for the Barbados team. The batsman who has gotten to half century, Carter, he has been dismissed cheaply. Captain is there, he has had 2 half centuries so far, and he's there also. But now Miller, who struggled a bit, is finding some form.
Yes, Greenwich. That is finding some
Miller,
form.
Greenwich, sorry, yes.
49 from 38 balls.
Miller is still struggling.
Yes,
with the ball.
Indeed. 5 overs, 38 runs, giving up 16 runs that last over.
Mackenzie, this would be an interesting phase of the game. Mackenzie comes into action. The right arm wrist spinner. And the right.
Overs in the power play spin.
I would have thought so, but you know, these youngsters seem to be sticking to the script. But sometimes you have to go outside the box especially if you make a low score, 154.
Exactly.
You need wickets.
You need to try various things. And the top wicket taker in the inaugural breakout league, one would have thought that, why not even open with him?
Well, I might not have done that, but after a couple of overs, here's a quick single down to short backward square and 50 for Michael Greenwich. Can hear the thunderous applause from his teammates just to the right of us, below us. And he is elated with that half century. Well played, though.
Definitely, congratulations to the young man. He has now joined the half century club of his team for this tournament.
50 from 39, of course. Lots at stake here for these young West Indian players. Of course, there's an under-19 West Indies team to be selected. So performances do count.
Performances matter.
Well, you sound like a politician now, Troy. Well, you have been saying you like to be political all morning anyhow. And this time it's played up to cover by the captain, Dawn. Just a single.
And having said performance matters, one may argue people matter more because you need to get more people performing better, more often.
That is true.
At the senior levels, not doing that well. They've lost the Sir Everton Weeks trophy.
Stayed into the offside down to backward point.
Without hoping to recreate their 2024 tour of Australia when they defeated Australia in their last test match. Although they'll want to do that, try and do that.
Goes from the 26th. Matches will be held here. The Australia team will be coming here for a series of matches. Mackenzie from the far end, though. Oh my goodness, that's a good one there from Mackenzie. Beat Dawn all ends up, and it went to the.
As the umpire, Brian, he makes the wicket. Stefan did Micah, 50 not out from 42 balls.
Kenzie draws a defensive product, and the over comes to an end. 5 runs from that over. In fact, 2 runs from that over. And a good start by Mackenzie, but that he would have picked up a wicket or 2 in this over. But the Barbados batsman batting quite nicely as a new bowler comes into the attack from the pavilion end. And that looks like Morton. Israel Morton. Have to be careful how we pronounce that name. It's not spelled Israel as per norm. It's Isra and hyphen EL.
Hyphenated EL.
So that's rather interesting. But he is coming on from the pavilion end.
We just had Micah bowling to Micah.
Starts well. Well-lined delivery on about off stump. Clouds have gone away again, Troy.
Yes.
And it's looking pristine out there. The weather is looking good. Blue skies. Oh, played past the diving figure there at backward point, and they're back for 2. So Barbados doing this at a canter. They move into the 80s now. And it means they need just another 75 runs.
When the Leewards were batting, Smitten, Morton, who was at the end by the wicket keeper, and I was trying to get a gauge which was the shorter one. The keeper for the Barbados team,
Suggesting that he's
as the shorter man.
as the shorter one. Don't know if there's much of an edge there.
But we've known short people making very good sportsmen. Diego Maradona.
Well, they'll tell you they're closer to the ground.
Yep. Lower center of gravity, and that was a no ball spin.
Yeah, that's a cardinal sin. And let's see. I see the umpire indicating to the keeper, so I suspect that's not a no ball based on front foot rule, but the signal comes now for free hit.
Perhaps the keeper collected the ball in front of the stumps.
That's a possibility. And the youngsters are arguing, but they need to get themselves availed of the rules. You can collect it in front of the stumps, it's a no ball. So the umpire, very much in his right mind, signaling no ball. Now, what's happening here now?
So I've had to call that no ball about 3 times during my career.
This one is driven straight, just a single. In fact, it bubbles and goes for 4. My word. Bad miss there by the 2 Leeward Islands fielder. Pluck came across. It ricocheted from him. Bergen was trying to back up, but he was very close to the boundary. And the ball bounced over and went for 4.
That kind of feelings, it's only helping the Barbados cause, and the keeper, he's still not too happy.
Well, he needs to go and read the rules or get his coach to, give him a rundown of the rules. He's still young. There are lots to be learned in cricket, but one of the things I always feel, Troy, is that as players need to know the rules. I mean, when I was playing cricket, I was amazed at the lack of knowledge of some of the players, especially so-called experienced players who would have already represented St. Kitts, for example, and I would have played in leagues with them, and they were not aware of certain rules, conditions, and so on, of the game and so on. And this is something that needs to be taught to all players, and this should be part of the coaching session. Well, I don't know how the coaches go about doing it. This one is played into the offside, no run. But I think it's very important that players are brought abreast with the rules. And the thing is, cricket is evolving. Rules are changing. Just recently, the ICC made further changes to the rules and so on. So you have to keep abreast.
Most certainly the case, Smitten. It was the great classical composer, Mozart, who said it is it's very good to know the rules, so you'll know how to bend them and without breaking them.
Oh, yes. Yes. This one is driven into the offside, but no run. Yeah, but I always feel it's very important,
And I remember...
But I'll tell you this, I've been in matches where local umpires don't know the rules either, which is not a good thing. I'm serious.
It's not a good thing at all.
I'm serious. I've been in local matches where you have this one turned down towards fine leg, they're getting runs here, 4 of them, and 4 signals, so obviously coming from bat. So 4 more to umpires who were part of the Umpires Association, umpires who you would think would know what's going on, but they don't know some of the rules. And I'm not exaggerating. But of course, it's a number of years ago, but this has happened. But in your time?
I'm still a member of the St. Kitts Cricket Umpires Association, the longest serving.
Another white signal there. This is coming thick and fast here for Barbados. They're going at over 7 runs for over. And they're 89 for 1, and we're just in over number 13. Less than 2 runs for over required at this point. This one is played up to short mid-wicket by Greenwich. So Greenwich is 54 from 47, so his strike rate really has increased.
I'm the longest umpire on and off the field.
Fended back to the bowler. So do you consider yourself to be an umpire still?
Yes, I umpired as recently as the Leeward Islands tournament they had a few weeks here.
So you're a man of many hats.
Of course. I've done a little bit of scoring, been exposed to Duckworth Lewis. I was actually president from 1990 to 1993. During that stint, 7 umpires became qualified under my watch. I don't think the period you're referring to would have been between that slot. And Luther Kelly is one of the umpires who would have become fully qualified under my watch. And you're right, players need to know the rules of the game.
Morton, though, the batsman is back. He's on 14, just for Don. Defends.
But going back to the no ball with the wicket keeper, if he collects
wide, another wide, and the white ball, this one down the onside signal.
He can actually collect the ball in front of the wicket, provided the batsman has played it or it has touched some part of his person.
Oh, chance for a run out, but missed. The return is a bad one. Don playing it into the offside, looking for a non-existent run, and had to try and regain his ground, but the return was not a good one, and he was able to get back quite safely.
That came out of the Blue Smitten trying to get a run because they have been batting quite sensibly all afternoon. Very good communication. Well, there was very good communication on that occasion as well. It's just that the captain was trying to get a run from where I don't know.
I think the captain has been bogged down a bit, so he needs to score a run, but he has not really been looking at the scoreboard because they're going along quite nicely, and there's no need for a run out at this stage. There's no need to take undue risk at this point. 91 for 1. We're just in over number 14. Here's a paddle down towards short fine leg. They're back for the second run. This is good running. And 2 more to the score. So it's now 93 for 1.
Don going well outside the off stump, paddling it backward.
And Troy, I must keep complimenting the manual scorers. They have been doing a very good job.
Yes, they have.
Oh, beaten outside the off stump. And is he ball, is he? No. Keeper seems to be overly excited.
Perhaps
towards mid-wicket.
Perhaps he appealed for a catch because he took it,
Stumps are broken
or maybe
by the
stumped.
keeper. So he was probably thinking that he had him stumped, but umpire E. Banks was not interested in that one.
Well, he wouldn't be able to take that to the bank today. And it's done again.
93 it is now for 1. As that over comes to an end. And Leeward struggling to get another wicket. The wickets are what is going to help them at this point. 62 runs to get Barbados. Lots of time in which to get them. Another 36 overs. And that's what, 216 balls? Your maths would be better than mine.
216 balls, and not that I calculated, it came up on the screen.
Oh, well, I didn't see it, sorry. I just did some...
I don't want to mislead you or misguide you.
I just did some quick calculation, actually.
Okay. That's very good.
You know, there are shortcuts in maths, you know, Troy.
Very much so.
But here's Mackenzie. And he's swiveling into his wicket and gets it down to fine leg for 4. 97 it is. Barbados, 97 for 1. 14.1 overs.
Micah Greenwich, that is, he has an opportunity to get to his century. 58 more runs needed. It's very unlikely he will, because we're going to see the odd white ball coming in, and you'd expect the other batter to get a few runs.
Oh, yes.
But were he to have gotten there, it would have been a well-deserved century for him. Picking form, as people say.
Well, not necessarily picking form. Sometimes batsmen are in form, but they're just getting out. And this one is played into the onside for a single. In fact, they're going back for a second run, and this is good running. And you know, sometimes he would have gotten starts, 22 and 18.
Correct.
And it does not necessarily mean that he was out of form. He got starts, but he just didn't manage to go on. Probably a bit of bad luck here or there. But he certainly is filling his boots today.
Could it have been a case where the coach saying, hey, it's now or never? You either give me something here, give me some runs here. Otherwise, we'll have to try another pack opener.
Well, I won't go as far as to say that because we do not know his ability. And, you know, sometimes the coaches and the captains, they do have confidence in certain players. And as this one, he's taking on the pad. And sometimes, you know, you maintain that faith in your player because you know that they are capable of coming good.
Carl Hooper syndrome.
Well, quite possibly, but I don't know if they can maintain faith in Bradwaite at the moment, though, because there's some question marks about his place in the team at the moment. But that's in another forum.
Well, he has made a landmark, the 10th West Indian to have played 10 matches, 10 test matches.
Short and pulled away, this is another 4. My word, he's really feasting out there today. He moves to 64 with that shot. 100 from Barbados, 100. Just about 2 p.m. Just a little after 2 p.m.
Initially, we were thinking about 3 p.m. We reviewed that downwards to 2:30 p.m. At a point, we were considering reviewing it to 2 p.m. However, clearly the 2 p.m. isn't going to work. So the question is, will Barbados get those 52 runs remaining in the next half an hour or thereabout? It's now going to be Israel Morton to continue from this, the media center end or the pavilion end. He has had 2 overs for 10 runs so far. And Leeward would want him to not only tighten up things at this end, but pick up a wicket or two or four along the way. They need wickets, the Leewards.
Well, I see an adjustment in the score here for the United States. Originally 300 was up, and it's now showing 299 for 8. So, adjustment being made there.
Well, 299, 300 would have been definitely say a psychological boost for them. But there's no real difference between 299 and 300. And he's bowled all over the place.
No, he's not.
Is he? No, he's not. Was it a case the ball probably ricocheted from the wicket keeper because we saw bails going down?
No, the bails remained intact. But it certainly beat the batsman.
I thought I'd seen that. And that was the informed Greenwich. Morton going from left arm round to left arm over. And something I don't see bowlers use too often, Smitten, is bowling a little further back from the popping crease, which keeps the ball in the air a little longer to get to the batsman.
Well, some bowlers try that, but I don't think all bowlers, they're not, I think it would upset the rhythm of some bowlers for them to try that. But there are some bowlers who do that.
Victor Eddie caught me with that in a match. Renown was playing somebody, I'm the presiding umpire. Driving a little uppishly, but knowing it's a deliberate shot, knowing that there's no mid on, but there's a long off. So the ball would have bounced a few times. The end of the over, 65 from 60, 66 from 68 is Michael Greenwich. 107 for 1, Barbados, leading to get just 48 runs in 204 balls.
Yes, and I don't think they're going to take half of those deliveries. They're not going to take another 102 deliveries to get these runs.
The way Greenwich is playing, that'll be much sooner. I was speaking about Victor Eddie. I'm looking at the popping crease, return crease for any foot infringement. And next thing I'm seeing the ball going down to the batsman. Victor had delivered a few about a yard behind me. Here's Greenwich getting into this wicket. Playing it backward square, getting 2 more.
Greenwich in some rather tame bowling, loose at times, and he's capitalizing. He's making hay while the sun is shining, and the sun is really shining down now.
Michael McKenzie hasn't been so impactful so far, per se, in this game. Before this over, he had 3 overs for 19 runs. And here's Greenwich going uppishly, deliberately. As a matter of fact, it's a 6. So easy, Smitten.
Yes, it was a full pitch delivery, and he just timed it nicely and eased it over wideish mid-off and all the way for 6. That was a well-timed shot, well played with the open face of the bat.
Beautifully played.
And you could see that this youngster has some class. 74 from 60.
115 for 1, 40 runs to get. So no doubt the pundits around the domino tables, the draft tables, the bar shops would be having discussions, debates, conversations on when they think this match is going to really finish. Is it going to be 2:30, before 2:30? We can't say.
Well, I can tell you it would be finished today.
Yeah, exactly. We can tell you it's 40 runs to get in the balance of this afternoon. They are 115 for 1. Barbados from just 16.3 overs. 40 runs in 200 balls. That is just from
I think you have
mathematical pause.
I think you have it wrong, you know. It's 16.3 overs bowled.
Now 40 runs to get in 200 balls.
Yeah, so you're talking another 34, 33 overs.
Exactly.
Yeah, far from the 16.3 overs.
Okay.
So lots of time, lots of balls, lots of everything, lots of wickets in hand too.
Lots of sunshine as well.
That's right.
8 runs coming from that over by Mackenzie. He's now 4 overs, 25 runs. As
So-
the water break is being taken, as easy as that, an hour and 10 minutes have elapsed. Mitten.
So we'll take a water break also.
We are back from the first water break of the afternoon. I have a very sneaky feeling it'll be the only one for this innings. I don't know if Smith might have it. Has turned into 4.
Yes, not good day from Pluck. He did not score a run and now giving away 4. Already in the red.
And Moon wouldn't be too happy about that. And he's down the leg side. There is an appeal. The wicket is intact. So looking for a caught behind perhaps.
I'm not too sure, you know. I got the impression it struck the batsman on the pad, so it might have been an appeal for a leg before.
Okay.
The ball didn't go behind to the keeper.
I think the captain, Don, has had enough, Smitten. Because looking for a non-existent run the second time in short proximity, maybe he's thinking, let me come out and let somebody else get a chance to take this team to victory.
Don't think so. I just think that he's being bogged down. He gets a single to break the monotony,
And he's really going cool and calm, 23 from 35 balls. That's fair enough.
There's no need. Micah Greenwich is doing quite well. He's scoring at a good rate. Lots of time left.
But you don't take one out chances doing that.
No, well, you don't. I mean...
Which is what he's trying to do, apparently. But I agree with you. You must give Greenwich the strike. He's 75 from 65 balls. Now he's playing sensible cricket is done. And the score, 121 for 1, just 34 runs away. 2-3 big overs and it's the end of the game, Smitten.
Most definitely.
And Morton here has had 4 overs for 21 runs, sticking on 5 runs per over or thereabout. The coaches would be happy were he to pick up a wicket or 2, but not that it is worth much. They would also be happy for him to keep down the runs, but
Leewards, though, if they are going to be more competitive in this tournament, the batting has to come to the party. You cannot expect to be making these low scores. They would have bowled out Dominica quite cheaply, and they lost that match because of their batting. So the bowling has been doing fairly well for the Leewards, but yet their batting, Barbados on the other hand, they batted quite well so far. 286.
indeed, 33 runs to get in all of 192 balls, which is technically irrelevant. And playing that one, will he get a boundary? Yes, he does. Don getting back, playing it through the gully region.
Make that 29 now.
And he marches on. It's done. Something we don't do here in the West Indies, Smitten, is applaud quarter centuries. When players get to 25 runs, in some countries, they do that. Driving through the covers, getting one, running for 2. The throw comes in, not a very good throw. And Don, he gets another 2 runs, so he goes up to 28 from 38 balls.
No need to applaud 25 runs, Troy. That's not much of an accomplishment. That's only a good start.
Some persons don't get a start at all.
Well, then you should mean the bowling, as we say. If you can't get a good start, then you shouldn't be there.
And it goes back to the question I asked this morning too about targets. Some batters may have a target to get to 100, but not realizing their first target is to get off the mark. And if you break up these big targets into small targets,
For each batsman to get off the mark.
next target will be to get into double figures and then 20s, 30s. And you build little targets. A single being had from that ball, 7 coming off the over from Francis. And
Yes.
just 26 runs needed to get for victory by this Barbados team.
Yes, that's, just a couple of overs. When you look at it, we see a bowling change now, another bowling change. Tilakani. But if you look at it, this match could be over in another 3-4 overs.
His body language doesn't suggest he's the happiest fielder out there, perhaps thinking he ought to have been brought into the bowling attack earlier. That hasn't happened.
I think if anything, the opening ball of Francis was given couple overs too much. But I don't see any reason for them to have brought him into the attack earlier on. But that could be disappointment in that his team is not doing too well. Morton has gotten some wickets. He was brought into the attack, and also Mackenzie. But I think it's maybe resignation on the part of Tilokani.
Going aerially is Greenwich once more. Beautiful piece of work by Irate Francis, is it? Runs, because he stopped that just on the boundary. So it's another 2 by Greenwich. He goes to 3/4 of a century, 75 from 65 balls. Driving again, is he through the mid-wicket region? Should he, forgive me, the cover region? They get one, come back 2 comfortably. And he inches on. Does Greenwich. 134 for 1. 21 runs needed to get. Tilokani will work for his team again. Another single by Greenwich. He is 79-80, and he has batted well. Played some very good shots. Eloquent timing. And as he says, that's smitten. Don has his half century around the corner, 32. He is.
Well, the question is whether or not he get to that half century. With just some 20 runs to get Barbados, left to be seen.
Very unlikely that he will. Perhaps he'll get to 40 early, 30 late. But they are bubbling the Barbados team. Affecting some water. As the sun has basically fought through all these clouds, the clouds have drifted. Most of them. Perhaps we'll see some rain later this afternoon over here in St. Paul's. And there will be no games Thursday and Friday. They are playing 1 on, 2 off. France is pulling Greenwich forward, no harm done. Right arm round.
Sean Borgan would have done well for St. Kitts in the under-19 tournament held in St. Kitts. He has not been given a bowl as yet. 20 needed, another couple of overs, Troy.
But do you think bowlers welcome the opportunity when the game is at this stage to really bowl?
Well, you'll never know, especially if you're not a regular bowler.
But do you think bowlers would approach with that mentality at this stage, 18 runs to get in all of today? With these batters look set as set can be.
Well, they might not, but at the same time, too, some bowlers, some cricketers, they never said die, and they would be looking to prove a point to their captain, as if to tell the captain, well, you see, you should have brought me on before. So they would go there and try. Oh, here's the lap.
Lobbing it down to the fine leg boundary, stop just inside. Nice shot, innovation, and we've seen many of them in the white ball cricket. Dawn advances to 34 after that couple. 83 is Greenwich. 15 runs to get. 4 fours. 2 sixes and a 4. Any combination in between there. This match could be over in 3 balls.
Trees, Troy?
Definitely, any combination you could have it. Some 4s and 1s and 2s and whatever. But 15 runs, that's basically, it could be as few as 2 overs smitten. Could all be done in 2 overs, maybe 3, 4, 5. 15 runs to get, 144, 1. And it's interesting though how the Barbados team approached this game. They are second, one of 3 teams to have had 2 victories out of 2 matches. They are second behind the Windward Islands because of Windwards with a better net run rate.
I don't think it's a question of just net run rate.
Bonus points as well, yes, you're right.
I think bonus points, that is what is making the difference, because I think Barbados would have a better net run rate based on the scores they have been making, and they have been dismissing teams for low total. They scored 280 plus the other day and dismissed the team for 147. So they certainly would have a better net run rate. There you go.
Tilakani picking up a wicket. That of Micah Greenwich, 85 from 73 balls. Easy ball uncaught. Perhaps lapse in concentration. There wasn't anything special from what I could have seen Smith with that ball.
No, it was not anything special, but at the end of the day, Tilakani would tell you, well, I picked up another wicket at under 19 level. And, you know, you're not going to see in the book, well, a team pushback to the bowler. You're going to see ball and cart. Cart and bowl, whichever comes first. You know, there's always argument about this bowl and cart. Cart and bowl, you know, some people think that you're putting the cart before the horse, but traditionally it's cart and bowl. But very good knock there by Katz. He really put his team in the ascendancy. And after the informed Zachary Kati was dismissed early, he took over and he carried on the fight, played some very good shots. So, new batsman is out there at the moment, Banch. And he, no doubt, will be looking to steady until the end. Just 13 runs required.
Tilakani actually picking up the wicket with his second ball, giving away 2 runs on the first ball. And there's no better way to come back than by taking a wicket. Tap down to a wideish, gullish position, heading towards the third man. A single being had by Branch, who gets off the mark. Skipper Dawn, 34 from 47 in strike. He bangs that through the covers, gets a single. And almost into six.
Your favorite lady has already begun to sing. No, I'm looking at an updated scoreboard, and it is showing that the United States of America actually
300 and something again.
Scored 301 for 8.
So from 301 to 299, back to 301.
Forgive me, folks. I'm just giving you what I see in black and white. Well, in this case, white and red. So the updated scoreboard, 301 for 8, and Trinidad and Tobago 14 without loss. In Nevis, I suspect that there might be some rain there because I'm seeing one score for a while now. Let me do a quick update. Do a quick checking. Who's this now? 1516.
Branch picking up a single.
Okay.
That's Don actually. He goes to 35 from 48 balls, which is fairly decent going.
Yes, I've been seeing 96 or 4 win-outs for quite some time, Troy. Jamaica scored 260 from 46.5, and Guyana, they are 15 for no loss. I'll give you that in a while.
The score calls on again by a single.
Oh well. So we have a rain delay in Nevis.
And with these 50 over matches, it takes a minimum of 20 overs for a match to be constituted. That is both teams facing a minimum of 20 overs.
Well, only one team has batted so far. And that is the Windies, that 96 for 4.
And Duckworth Lewis, he's always hanging around these limited over matches. Dabbing it down for a single, some excitement, hey, try it. But the batters are through for an easy single. And Barbados, they need fewer than double digits for victory, just 9 runs.
Oh Lord, it must have rained quite heavily in Nevis because it's not raining at the moment in Nevis, but there's a lot of water on the covers, I understand. So that needs a mop-up operation there over in Charlestown at the E.T. Willett Park. Okay, thanks.
It's Tilakani to continue. Success is in his previous over, which was his first.
So that match might be heading for a washout. The match over there in Nevis.
Dab down to third man. Getting a single. So Don inches to 38 from 53 balls. Just 7 runs required by Barbados to take maximum points. Driving down to third man, they run 1. They'll get 2, and that's all they'll have. And no ball 6 will do it. 2 4s. Forgive me. Yes, and no ball 6. 5 needed.
Oh, okay.
Will this match finish in this over? 2 overs, 2 balls to go. 5 runs to get. Tilakani, he's not going to make it easy. They'll get a single. I don't think any bowler feels good to know that the team struck the winning run or runs from their over. Tilakani, he's going to toil again for the Leeward Islands. His final ball of this delivery. And Skipper Don trying to turn it around the corner for a single. Doesn't succeed in the single. And it's now 151 for 2 after 24 overs.
And Troy, in Nevis, it's raining heavily again. So we're just approaching 3 o'clock, 2:35.
1 inning so far.
And, at that rate, with lots of water, already on the covers and raining heavily, and the weather does not look good.
So does that mean the fat lady has gone back home?
That looks very much as if it's going to be a washout there in Nevis.
She won't need to sing the fat lady.
And I don't know what the weather is like. Normally when you have rain in Nevis, Charlestown, in that area, it filters down to St. Kitts.
Or trying to finish it, that over was Branch. Coming off the inside edge, going down to a fine leg region, gets a single. A boundary will do it.
I think he was trying to finish in style.
Yes.
That height.
It still can happen. Joshua Dawn, which will take him into the 40s, were he to strike a boundary here. 3 runs to get. And he wasn't thinking about that. Dabs it down to third man shot, third man gets a single.
More Lord fieldsman could have had him run out. The ball was going straight to the fieldsman, and he didn't attack the ball. That looks like Tilokani. He should have rushed in, and the batsman could have been under a lot of pressure to get home.
Just a brace to win this match, Barbados. Tanis Francis, 4 balls left in this over. I don't think he might need them. But then again, anything can happen in cricket. He may come not out on 35, which wouldn't hurt his statistics at all, were he to come not out. Good ball. Brings Joshua Branch forward. He's on 6 from 11 balls. Still 2 runs needed to get for victory. And that one climbing on him, Smitten, popping up. The first we've really seen for the day.
Yes, a little too late though.
Too little, too late.
Francis just delaying the inevitable.
Having a little bit of fun, no doubt, and trying to whack him his Branch, not being able to penetrate the offside field. It's the end of the over, and this perhaps should be the final over. Just 2 runs to get. We've seen maiden overs in cricket.
We've seen the batsman in this over from France is really struggling to get the ball away. And I'm not a betting man. I'm not going to bet that it would be over in this over. One never knows, but the odds are with the Barbados team getting these 2 runs. As a matter of fact, there's a long and long off square leg back on the boundary and cover sweeping, so easy singles.
Tilakani continues.
But who knows, Barbados, you know, they're doing it quietly.
Two balls, no intention of getting a boundary there. Tilakani continues to toil. Paddling, and that should be it. Races down towards the boundary. It doesn't matter if they get there, they've run 2. They've run 3 for good measures. And the umpires, they are removing the bails. It's the end of the match. Barbados needing to get to 155 for victory in all of 50 overs. They are 156 for 2, not out batsmen. Joshua Branch, 6 from 14. Joshua Dawn, 42 from 56 balls. Missing out on his half century. And it's the end of play here. Barbados, they have picked up their 3rd consecutive victory against the Leeward Islands, who are now 1-2, winning 1, losing 2. So they'll now have to work again the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, so that's the situation here, of course. The end of this match, we know that in Nevis, the match might be still somewhat. That's it from us here, from St. Paul's. We'll be back here on Saturday for another round of matches. But until we get back, this is Earl Smitten, and on behalf of Troy Mills saying good evening and goodbye.
Bye.